Good evening, everybody. I'm actually starting at a decent hour, it seems. Well, decent hour for me. For all of you, who knows? But we are back to a game that I like a lot, and I have had some opportunities to play, not as many as I would like, and I have always been a little annoyed by the fact that I love that I have dedicated days for certain games. So the fact that we're able to do something like a Paradox game every Monday, and that gives the reliability for people. But it has sort of meant that a thing that I used to do, say maybe a year or two ago, where I would sort of just mainline a game for a few weeks and have my fill and then move on, and I'd get to really dig deep with them. I've sort of lost that a little bit, and one thing that has definitely come up is I tremendously enjoy Night Team 4. I sort of stumbled a little bit on one of the live puzzles or whatever. I'm not quite sure what to call it, but we'll see it in a minute when I log in. Basically, I like this game a whole lot, and one of the challenges that I face with it, and this is true for games like Sunless Sea or Cultist Simulator, to a certain extent FTL and Into the Breach. But basically, when games have sort of one save, it's usually you can manipulate them so that you don't lose your save, but it does involve a little bit of work. And so if you want to play it off cast, you need to do that. Now, Night Team 4 doesn't have that set up, but the challenge is, of course, that it's very much a puzzle game. And so one of the challenges in that particular case would be if I go and I solve one of the missions that I was stuck on when I was streaming it. I suppose, if I wanted the quote-unquote complete Night Team 4 experience on stream, I could always pretend that I didn't know it, but that doesn't sound very fun or very honest. So I've actually held off on playing a game that I am tremendously fond of, and I thought I've actually been meaning to do a lot more regular streams for this game anyway. I was trying to add some Thursday streams for it, and it's one of the reasons I've been a little bit annoyed with work for kind of dragging me down a little bit. But we're back with Night Team 4. I hope you like this game, because my intention is actually to do a lot more of it. But we're going to take a break from Darkest Dungeon tonight. I have really been chomping at the bit to play this thing, and I hope you enjoy it too. Now, I love this background, but you know what? I think we're gonna do a little bit of beautification here, and a special mention to Allison Smith, who gave me a bunch of fancy backgrounds to play with. So what do we have here? Oh, there's so many. I know the Halloween theme looks kind of neat. Ooh, NATO skin. NATO seems kind of nice. I do like the Illuminati, because I do. Oh, Annie Rose. I've been playing. So since this game, I should mention that Allison Smith did give me a sort of a press key for this. So again, I'm enthusiastic about it and continue to play it because I like the game, but I suppose it's worth disclosing that sort of stuff up front, and I'm sure I will mention it a couple of times before. Maybe I should do the Watcher skin just so you all can know that you watched a broadcast. Aniro. So as a result of playing this game, I actually went and bought all the other Allison Smith games. So I've got the Black Watchman now. I've got Aniro. I found out that Aniro apparently was supposed to be only playable at night. And I've actually turned that back on because I think that's such a cool idea for a game. It was one of the things I really liked about, not exactly the same thing, but it was a feature that I really liked about Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery when I played it on the iPad. Again, just another wonderful little touch. But yeah, oh god, I've got so many. Okay, you know what? Let's go NATO, because I'm feeling NATO. Okay, I'm gonna keep all the other things. I really like the Howl Knight. Ooh, that is a kind of cool looking one. Neat. I think I'm assuming that these are team members. I definitely know this is a team member for it, but all right. I need to stop. Stumbling over all of the cosmetics. Man, there's so much cool stuff here. Anyways, so I have a bunch of stuff that I can do in this game. So I think what I'm going to do, in light of the fact that I've been away a little bit, I think I'm going to do a couple of bounties. And then I think I might jump back on that horse and do one of the sort of the open world missions. And one of the things I would actually like to do, I hesitated from doing this a few times with the Academy, but I'm actually thinking I may not play the tutorial, but I might actually finally read some of the Wikipedia articles and whatnot. We'll see if there's a little bit of buy-in from people on that. Because one of the things I always say this about this game. I love that it's really motivated me to learn more about this. I've got an O'Reilly book on TCP/IP, which I haven't started yet. I have a feeling I need to probably sit down and learn this stuff. But I am utterly fascinated by this little glimpse, and I like that it's abstracted away enough that I can enjoy it as a game. But I like that they really took the time to take the subject seriously and to give me something of a credible take on it. And so with that in mind, I suspect this will probably be more for the YouTube crowd, because I think a few people are going to be filing in to watch the stream. But I will say that if any of you happen to be informed about these issues, I would actually like to learn more. And Flobe, how are you doing? Flobe, have you played this game, or have you heard anything about it? Because this game kicks ass. I should do a shout out for you right now, but I think we're still waiting for people to come in, so I will hold off a little bit before I sing your praises. And Samur, how you doing? How many of you guys who are in chat right now have seen me play this game? Because I'm a big fan. What else was I gonna say? I don't know, but I'm going to warm up with some bounties. So, and of course, we have to help CSIS. So help CSIS infiltrate a series of pharmaceutical companies around the world. We will accept. Your target is Biotechly. Provide the IP of an infected station. So I don't believe I've done this yet. Never seen it, didn't know anything about it other than that it's a hacking game. This game's pretty cool, and it's Canadian. So I was actually going to hold off on saying this. I got to have a chat with Anishel, of Allison Smith, and I will say, so first of all, incredibly nice person, so which is always wonderful to say about the people behind a game. Oh yeah, well, if I wanted to, I should do a stream where I just mention all of the Canadian games for 3 hours and then call it a night. But yeah, incredibly nice person. And I don't mean to communicate. So I am not. Okay. There's a way that this can be taken to suggest that I have some kind of inside information. I do not. But having had a conversation, I think it seems like this team has a lot of very interesting ideas about sort of games and things that you can do in games. And it's actually one of the sources of my enthusiasm for this game and all of the, and things like the Black Watchman and that, because sort of getting just a glimpse in terms of how they think about stuff and what they think of as like, this is something that we could add, or this is something that we could do. It's really exciting to hear these really creative people talk about this product that they've made. And so You know, again, I don't mean to suggest that I was given some like roadmap about what's happening in Night Team 4. It really is just a conversation that we had about streaming. But I think it's you know, I'm really invested in this game, and I'm not sure how clear that has been because obviously I only really have one free day for games, and it hasn't always been Night Team 4. But this is just such a fascinating game, and I hope I get a chance to sort of show you some of my enthusiasm for it. So if you're interested, there's also a game called The Black Watchman, same company, I believe. It is absolutely by the same company. So they did The Black Watchman and also a game called Enero, The Dream World. All right, so without further ado, we are looking to find an infected an infected machine from Biotechly. So let's see what's going on here. We'll start by doing information gathering.
Information gathering module.
Oh, I don't think we know the. I don't think we know the domain though. So maybe. Where were we? It's been a while since I've checked these things out. So let's do social engineering toolkit and see if I can find anything out of that. Nope. All right. Let's just see OSINT scan. So maybe that we don't find anything out of this. All right, so I've already caused myself some troubles here. Biotechly, not Big Techly. Yeah, nothing there. But let's try the social engineering toolkit again just to see if we can find anything inside here. So the first thing that we want to do, of course, is find out what computers are associated with these guys. So we'll build the database. We'll use the dictionary pattern. Biotechly. Cool. So we got something to work with here. Ah, but it doesn't tell me the emails. All right, interesting. Let's do... Oop. I mean, if it comes down to it, I'll just try and hit the computers and see what I can find on the inside. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. So let's, we've got 458 email addresses found from LinkedIn. So let's create a file that hopefully we can spearfish them with. So if it's a, I kind of feel like if it's a pharmaceutical company, probably Microsoft Word is the best bet. Payload, I think we only have one option here, so the reverse shell VPN. And of course, the hardest part of all, creating an email template. So let's do... I mean, litigation's always a thing. Pat. I gotta remember the name of this. I used to remember the name of this place, but... $52%'s not the best that I can I can get out of this. Let's see if we can maybe change the file format. Say that it's a PDF. That worked. All right. Let's see if we can find anybody who thinks they're about to get sued. Drat. Funny fact, I was talking with a friend, and apparently at their workplace, there was a spearfishing, so there was like a trial that they were doing for spearfishing attacks. And the sort of executive assistant got that email and forwarded it to the entire floor from the executives. Got it.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Norman's workstation. All right. I'll feel comfortable with this. Hey, MRA6. It is definitely a very... I can't make a claim myself about the most advanced because I don't have the appropriate frame of reference. But it's definitely a game that takes it quite seriously. I think it abstracts on the points that are, are not good for a game. But it definitely takes it as seriously as possible, and it gives you lots of opportunities to learn. But yeah, anyway, so one of these spearfishing trials, basically, the assistant wound up distributing the attack to the entire floor. I'm on the clock. Yeah, I am, but that's fine. I still like it. We'll do a debrief at the end. Okay, so we're still trying to find. So again, we're looking for the IP of an infected station. So in this case, help CSIS infiltrate a series of pharmaceutical companies around the world. Biotechly, we've got 15 minutes. Provide the IP of an infected station. Now I'm assuming that this is not infected because I have gained access to it. I'm assuming that we need to actually find something going on. So there's a few approaches that I can take. So number one, I can try and find who just followed. Nox, thank you very much for the follow. So one of the things that there's a few different things that we can try here, right? One, we can try and find maybe the domain name for Biotechly inside here. We can maybe try and find some files on this system which are going to be related to it. What we're really kind of looking for is maybe a firmer foothold in terms of being able to compromise the system. So first thing I think I'm going to do here is just take a peek on the inside. Again, it's been a while since I've done this, so let's do net scan. Okay, nothing inside. I know there's a Active Directory.
Information gathering module.
Maybe this. Oh, right. No, I actually need to have something in NetScan to help there. Okay, so this may not give me too much. This may not actually give me a whole lot, but let's just see if we can find anything on Wi-Fi. Nothing. Okay. So there's a possibility with man in the middle we can find out what they are. We can find out what they're accessing, and as a result, we can maybe see. We can maybe find the domain name. I can never remember LLMNR or art poisoning. I think art poisoning is the one that you learn in the tutorial. So okay, nothing there. So. I got absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm assuming this, yeah. I mean, this seems to be just going to the same thing, so. Okay, so no luck there. We managed to get into a computer, but we didn't. So again, we got the
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
This seems a little weird. Just my mouse scroll didn't quite seem to be working. So where is the computer that we compromised? Nowhere to be found. All right.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right. I don't see if there's a... The problem I have with the thing I'm about to try, I don't actually see a huge reason to see this as any kind of a host, but... we'll just see if we can find anything off of this computer. All right, nothing. We're just trying to provide some information to CSIS here. So the thing is, I don't actually know this company's. Oh. Okay, yeah, they don't like that. So, Okay, let me sit back and think a little bit about what we're trying to do here. So. Again, just to answer your question here, MRA, the specific assignment here is help CSIS infiltrate a series of pharmaceutical companies around the world. Provided info, your target is called Biotechly, and provide the IP of an infected station. Now, just for the sake of argument, in case I'm completely misinterpreting, like we haven't done anything to infect it, so I'm assuming here this is a fail. Oh, okay, well, apparently... Apparently, I was thinking way too hard about this. Let's try this. Let's try this next one then. Global Gazette has asked GCHQ for help on finding one of their missing reporters. The reporter is Sebastian Bird from globalgazette.com. Find the name of the company that he was investigating. So I'm pretty sure I remember this mission. But let's again treat this like something we haven't done before. So. First thing we've been given is globalgazette.com. The thing that makes the most sense is to take a look at the domain. So OSNscan, globalgazette.com. This time we'll use Bing just because I like being contrarian that way. So in this case, we're just now we're locating someone. Again, whether it's to assassinate them or whether it's to put them in jail or whether it's to find out whether or not they're in trouble, we don't know. All we're trying to do is find out the company that they were looking for. And Her Majesty's government will decide what's best for him. So now that we've got we basically got a list of potential targets. What I always like doing here is an S-fuzzer in the background, just in case there's something unusual that I didn't find before. So we'll do Global Gazette, and because it takes me a while to do this sort of stuff, I'll run it for a minute. So in this case, we're going to fingerprint the different domains that we found. Just trying to see if there's any easy exploit that we can find. Okay, so nothing there. Oh, Neat Knox. Have you done it before? I'm pretty sure I remember the text that he's using, but it's one that I always wind up sort of messing up, even though I'm familiar with it. So, also, hello, by the way. I don't think I saw you speak in chat. Thank you for that follow earlier. Okay, so it looks like Contact Us has an opening, and then I'll just do mobile because I have it right now. But while we're at it, we will open up our exploit database. I don't know if this is what tools like Metasploit are supposed to be, But in this case here inside the game, there's a database of vulnerable technology. And in this case, we've seen that Microsoft Exchange is vulnerable. So we'll do search, exploit, MS Exchange. So CVE 2014-0294, Microsoft 4-point protection 2010 for Exchange Server does not properly parse email content, which might allow remote attackers to execute arbitrary code via a crafted message, aka RCE vulnerability or an alpha exploit script via TCP/IP. The preferred delivery method is TCP/IP, and the exploit to use is the alpha exploit script. So this is basically something that the game has just given us the instructions about what we need to do to get in. So here we'll do network intrusion. So Fox Acid server. Now again, I don't know 100% about all of the ideas behind this game, but I think this is an example where they definitely took a sort of some liberties. To my understanding, I think what Fox Acid was supposed to be was a way of sort of compromising the anonymization of Tor. So they would look for people who had the signature of being on Tor. And what they did was they took advantage, this is, I believe, the CIA. They took advantage of their privileged position on the internet. And effectively what they did was they took a weakness in Firefox, and they would identify these Tor users, and essentially they would sort of jump ahead of the site that they were looking for to set up these false sites which would deliver the attack into Firefox. And then that would be how they gained access to those particular systems. There's actually a write-up on it, so we can take a look at that in the tutorials a little bit later. But in this case here, and again, like, I'm not 100% sure on these things, so I might be speaking out of turn on here. But I think what the role this has taken in the game is it's essentially a tool which will sort of automate the delivery of all of these different exploits, so you don't actually need to do all the individual actions. So it said we need to deliver TCP/IP. So we've got an exploit. And again, for those of you who are interested in this stuff, because I learned the last couple times of playing this, there are a lot of people who are really interested in sort of these, this security stuff. So if you guys have any learning resources, or if you have anything to share on this stuff, I'm definitely very interested in learning. I don't really have a whole lot that I can add because, I only know sort of what the game has told me and what just reading the paper does and stuff like that. But, well, I mean, in some senses, MRA, like, it is still a game. So the thing is that you want to deliver sort of the fantasy of being, a version of like the super secret communication security establishment. But like, you also don't want, like, when you're trying to break a password, like, you don't actually want to say, it's like, well, I guess I'm playing something else for the next 3 days. I wonder if, let's bring up Elite Dangerous. I'll play some Elite Dangerous while the code is running, and then you have something that's taking you a long time in Elite Dangerous, so you go even further down the tunnel and start playing Minecraft or something like that. Anyways, I've gotten enough of a lag going here, so we're delivering the attack on the contact us. All right, so we've got 10 minutes in the Global Gazette's mail. So we'll close this down. So first thing I want to do here is see if we can find anything internal, because this is, again, it's a mail server that we're in. We wouldn't expect to find too much going on here, but what I can do is I can take the S-fuzzer. We'll take Global Gazette again. We'll do another minute, but this time we can also set it up for internal sites. In the meantime, we'll see if there's anything interesting we can find inside here.
Gathering module initiated.
Okay, so there's the Active Directory here, SRV members.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right, so again, we're looking for the journalist Sebastian Bird. All right, so we got some details here. And in particular, one thing that's interesting is the Mcache We'll add that to the case file. And then we have the possibility of a few... Basically, we have a few things here that we could potentially use to break their password. So what we will do here... Mcash is likely going to have his story. So we will do... it's network intrusion. Password attack.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
Okay, so hopefully I can copy that so I don't need to write it in. Nope. All right, so gg-w6a2xb mecache ps.com. Username sbird. Wrong host or username. All right. gg-w6a2xb.meca. Oh, there we go. Typo. I'm gonna run out of time.
Target acquired.
Here we go.
Awaiting variables to launch attack.
Okay, so John the Ripper, but I don't know if any of this stuff really helps. So that's going to take... So perfect example here, John the Ripper, 30 seconds. We'll add... Yeah, there's just so much stuff here. All right, so let's get a few details inside here. I'm not necessarily going to do a full 47 minutes, but let's take what we can. So Sebastian Bird... Age. He is March 10th, 79, so that would make him 40... What? 39? Maybe it's October 3rd. They got a Peabody Award. I wonder if BJA... So, twin of Samantha... it's a 4-minute attack. That's still not great, but what can we do to reduce it? So if we remove social media, I'm willing to wait 2 minutes on that.
Launched.
So we'll see. In the meantime, let's go up. Administration. So we've got A. Briggs, News Provider of the Year, Publisher, Aubrey Briggs loves a glass of red wine on the Friday. Okay. And this is Samantha Bird. So Amnesty International Media Awards. Born same as Sebastian, twin sister of Sebastian. So I suppose the possibility here, because they're editor-in-chief, they may have the work that Sebastian was working on. I might have been a little generous in terms of the number of things that I attempted to look for, but we'll see if it works. We still have a minute. So going back, actually, while I'm at it, I can take a couple of moments to get some shout-outs done. So hopefully Flobe will be so compelled by this game that he'll start playing it. So Flobe is I don't think I can call him a newer streamer, but does a lot of Fortnite, does a lot of League of Legends. Very friendly, somebody who's been hanging out quite a bit in the channel, which I'm happy about because obviously my style is very different from what they do, but it's always fun to have him in. And then while they're not in the channel right now, I did want to draw your attention to another streamer who does this game. And I want to make sure that
successfully compromised.
Sets me free. We will leave that in a minute. You've been searching hard for a game you want to recommend but can't find it? Like a game for me? You gotta try this. All right, let's go into the... Oh, you know what? It actually it automatically populates the... Oh, this is Samantha's. Damn it! Sorry, I I do want to draw your attention to this other streamer because they cover Night Team 4, but duty calls. I'm in. Okay. What? Okay, current work. Drafts. Your DNA is for sale. Sebastian Bird, Global Gazette. Their tests may not be expensive, but the real cost is your privacy. Ever since forensic science has become more and more popular as a tool for finding criminals, corporations have been trying to find a way to capitalize on this untapped market, especially during the social networking age, where everyone wants to know everything about anybody. Enter DNA ancestry companies like Genome, which, using a friendly facade, offer to plunge deep into your family's past for the low cost of £79.99 British pounds. What arrives at your home is a DNA kit and an easy-to-understand pamphlet asking you for a few drops of blood, a strand of hair, and a swab of saliva. Once you have the materials, you ship the kit back to Genome, wait a few days, and they send you a complete document on your lineage, any hereditary diseases running through your family, and other horrific details you may not even know about. Sounds fun, right? Sadly, what they fail to clearly disclose is that they reserve the right to keep this information so that they can sell it to ad execs and other predatory companies, as well as provide your DNA to any law enforcement agencies that ask for it. It's all hidden in their ridiculously long terms of service. As long as the buyers have the money, your blood is for sale to the highest bidder. Editor, little redundant here, try to trim it. For investigation, I paid for a kit and filled out the necessary information, but for testing purposes, I sent them a vial of my blood mixed with our intern's blood, as well as a dog's hair and saliva to see what would come up in our results. Note, add results here, we'll finish the rest tomorrow. So, of course, our mission was to find out who they were investigating, so it is Genome. Orwell's really good. And I actually have the sequel through the EA subscription service, so yes, that is another very good game. All right, so let me just take a minute. It is Phoenix Firefly, so let me just make sure that I've got their Twitch channel down correctly. Phoenix Firefly. Yep. Currently hosting the Overwatch League, so. Okay. So. I can definitely recommend Phoenix Firefly for Night Team 4 as well. They're actually much more consistent in terms of playing the game than I am. But on top of that, have a little bit more knowledge in terms of infosec issues. And so, I'm getting the boot.
Turbine C2 registry.
I mean, this thing will disconnect on its own, but
network disconnected.
There we go. But yeah, anyways, someone who knows a little bit more about the subject of this game, and so as a result is somebody who's really worth watching, and somebody I've been hoping to host at the end of one, but they actually stream a little earlier than me, so it tends to be the other way around. But those are two streamers that I can mention for different reasons. Although, Flobe, if you're ever playing Orwell, please let me know, because I'd love to hang out and watch you play that game. I haven't done too much of it, but it's definitely a really good game. What Total Warhammer mod is this? It looks different. Why Total Warhammer? Out of curiosity, Sungift. Good to see you. All right. Because we have another bounty, we might as well... Oh, two more bounties, actually. GCHQ needs proof that Genome is selling data outside the company. They're likely... Oh, so there's continuations to this. Okay, so let's... So we've got aventech.com, so find the path to their ERP server. All right, let's carry on with our CSIS job. If any of you guys have any questions about this game, I'll do my best to answer them, because I am learning myself, but it's definitely one that I like a lot. So as always, we'll do the open source intelligence first. So just do a Google search and see if we can find anything from Aventech. Oh, I see. All right, so we've got www and VPN, and because I'm just going to be taking a time to do the fingerprints, I will also do an SFuzzer on Aventech. In this case, I'll just do 30 seconds because it shouldn't take me that long to check too. Boop.
Information gathering module
Okay.
initiated.
So here we're going to be, we're basically looking for any vulnerability. We're basically kind of finding out whether or not they've left the front door unlocked. There's no point in doing any of the crazy stuff if we can avoid it. So while we're doing, basically while I'm doing that, I'm doing an SFuzzer in the background to see if there's any other domains that I missed out on. Okay, so it looks like they are running a vulnerable version of Cisco, so we will now go to the exploit database.
Information gathering module
And we will do search exploit Cisco VPN client. Is there always pressure to take the next bounty so you never get a pause? I don't think so, MRA. I mean, I've normally just walked away from them when I'm done, but this is always a nice little way of warming myself up because I tend to get a little unfamiliar with some of the elements of NITE Team 4. So the bounties are nice sort of little one-offs. They're actually really good when I try and get people to buy the game in person. Like if I'm at a bar or something like that, I usually do a couple of bounties to whet their appetite. So I guess there's this fast becoming a habit. I feel I need to share other. Sure, go ahead. So the Cisco CVE 2015-7600 Cisco VPN client 5.x through 5.0.07.0440 uses weak permissions for VPN client.ini, making it easy to spoof, which allows local users through a UDP delivery to gain privileges by entering an arbitrary program name in the command field of the application launcher section. Preferred delivery method UDP and exploit to use content spoofing. So, as always, we open Fox Acid to take advantage of the weakness. So it says UDP is our delivery. The exploit was spoofing, content spoofing. Yep. And after midnight. So, I only know to use after midnight from the tutorial. I think it tells you if you need to use another form of attack.
Success connection completed.
So one thing I always like doing in the background is because I'm on another server. I'm just going to take a second to do an SFuzzer on the background to look for any kind of domains that I missed. I also forgot what we're trying to do here. So okay, find a path to their ERP server. So next thing we're going to do is use our WMI scanner to see whether or not we've already got what we need. Okay. I'm mostly curious at this point because we've already got the... I think this is sufficient to finish the bounty. Done. The other day, you were in a chat, it was full of peeps mourning 9/11, and you blanked on the exact event, and you thought they were talking about 9/11 of 73 when America overthrew Allende's legitimate democratic government in Chile and inserted a totalitarian murder junta initially led by Pinochet in its stead. And people didn't like that you mentioned American foreign policy in Latin America in the 70s. GCHQ needs proof that Genome is selling data outside the company. They are likely using a project. I mean, in fairness to them, SunGift, like if so I didn't exactly mourn 9/11 on stream, but the first mildly depressing result was you had to explain what you were even talking about. Well, I mean, like, I think the biggest thing that I can say is obviously if you genuinely weren't thinking about what the date was, like if I was doing the same thing here, in fairness, I would have assumed that you were, if not trolling, making a point beyond that. So that one's a little bit less difficult for me to sort of follow up. I mean, if you genuinely were like blanking on that, I'm sorry it happened, and presumably, you could put your case before the mods. But that, I mean, like, presumably, why people would consider that to be, not really to be in good faith. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, again, I take your word at it, right? Because you're always pleasant inside of the channel here, but I think on the balance of things, a major sort of domestic event that's more recent in history is probably going to be the one, and in this case, it's just going to be a case where unfortunately it came off differently than you had intended. But that, like, I guess the biggest one on that one is that the majority of times that people do something like that, they're not acting in good faith. So, as is those situations, you can tell them, I genuinely didn't think that, and I'm sorry, but, I also wouldn't hold up much hope for people taking that seriously, unfortunately. We've got, my God, is it Reckonway? Rex? Okay. Rexken. Rex Kenway. That took me a lot more effort than I thought. One time your barber got really interested in Alison Smith, so I gave her like an entire sales pitch for the entire appointment on Night Team 4 and the Black Watchman, as well as ARGs and nobody ever talks about it in Euro. However, you later learned that you get really loud when you're explaining something that you like. So you basically preached to the entire barbershop about how great Alison Smith was. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that, and I hope ANS got some sales there. Sorry, I stumbled over your name there. You were being a dick about it. Anyways, it happens. I can see that. It's good, but that's just it. Like, I'm obviously sorry that happened to you, Sungif, because again, I have no reason to think that you were doing anything other than behaving in good faith. And obviously, if it's, it just so happens that, because other people try to, they have a particular axe to grind with U.S. foreign policy, or they just want, I remember there was the terrorist attacks in France. There was, oh, did you hear about those nice bombings? And I'm like, I don't even really care if you're trying to, I really don't care if you're trying to start a serious conversation about it. There is no way a serious conversation will emerge out of it. So in that case, I didn't engage. I didn't ban them or anything like that. But unfortunately, this is the type of commentary we get on the internet. So, but of course, the nice thing is that we have companies like Alison Smith that do games like Night Team 4, which actually do take in current events. And so one nice thing about it is it does generally attract a more active or interested kind of a user base. And so as a result, you tend to be able to have some more serious discussions without people kind of coming in and trying to spoil it for everyone. So, all right. So find the name. What was it? GCHQ needs proof that Genome is selling data outside the company. They are likely using a project. DNA Laboratory website. Find the name of the project or operation for Genome's data sale. All right. So we'll start with genome.org. As always, we want to gain some information about our target. So OSINT on genome.com. And I always wind up doubling the values. It takes longer, but I always have this haunting fear that I'm always just like one value away from getting what I need. All right, so apparently we screwed up. Did I do com? It's supposed to be org, isn't it? Yeah. So here's a question, because it looks like we've got a few Night Team 4 fans inside of it. By the way, guys, I'm not sure if any of the drops are enabled. I know I always have drops enabled on my side, but I don't know if the drops are a continuous thing for the game or if they need to be enabled at certain points. But if anybody happens to know, first of all, if you haven't, it's nice to link your Allison Smith account to your Twitch account so that you can get the drops when they're available. And if anybody does get something, please mention that inside a chat, because I'd love to be able to tell people, hey, you can get a cool skin or something. Yes, but it's sort of a follow-up to the genome situation. So, but yeah, so we have a few Allison Smith fans inside here. So has anybody here played Aniro the Dream World? Because that's been the one that I've been playing most recently. Okay, as always, I like to do the S-Fuzzer just to see if there's anything wacky that I missed out on. So we'll do 60 seconds while we look for www, store, and NS1.
Information gathering module.
So again, we're going to see if they left any vulnerabilities. It's not always like that. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the game, it's not always like this. You can sometimes run into situations where there's no weaknesses, and what you need to do is you need to rely on other methods to try and get into their network. Because it is a game and it's kind of a puzzle, there's always a way to get what you need, but there have definitely been some bounties that I haven't been able to solve. So in this case here, it looks like there's a PayPal vulnerability. Just while I'm looking into their business, I'll see what's going on, but I'll see what's going on that last server. But for now, let's take a look at what the PayPal situation is. So the web hybrid, CVE 2013-7202, the web hybrid client class in PayPal 5.3 and earlier allows remote attackers to execute arbitrary JavaScript on the system through structured stream transport, which can be accomplished using the alpha exploit script. Preferred delivery method SST, structured stream transport, I'm assuming, and we need to use the alpha exploit script. So who is your boss in this game? You are, some of the fans in chat might be able to correct me on this. I believe Night Team 4 supports the Black Watchmen, or are they a completely independent organization that just happens to have common cause? I'm pretty sure that they work for the Black Watchmen. But basically it's an organization that exists outside. It's not affiliated with the government. It has ties to it sort of interfaces with governments, but it's its own group. There's a whole campaign which we played through. The campaign has some really neat turns in it, by the way. But there's a single player campaign which is a jolly good yarn, and it talks a little bit about what's going on in the world. The Black Watchmen, you need to play the other games for... No, actually you don't, Flo, because I haven't played that much of the Black Watchmen. It is a game that stands on its own, and the Black Watchmen itself was actually an ARG for the MMO, which is free to play now, called The Secret World. So if you want, there's a wonderful rabbit hole to go down on this. But the reason why I'm playing the Black Watchmen is because I thought this game was just so cool that I wanted to play. I think the way you could probably, this is going to make me sound so lame. The simplest division that I could get that's sort of on brand for this would be that Night Team 4 is SIGINT, Signals Intelligence, and the Black Watchman is human intelligence. So the Black Watchman is a lot about sort of looking through documents and kind of piecing together all of this information from different sources. And Night Team 4 kind of winds up being this group that winds up getting you the some of the information that you'll wind up using in your investigations. Whereas Night Team 4 is a lot more about, we need to find this thing Maybe because it's supporting some agents in the field, or we need to stop this kind of an attack or something along those lines. So this, you can play this game without sort of having engaged with anything else inside of the world. But I will definitely tell you that there is, to my understanding, the Black Watchman has actually had like events in the real world that people have paid thousands of dollars to go to. So like Allison Smith absolutely bring their A game to this sort of thing. Like there are levels of intensity towards these games that I will only ever be able to appreciate through other people's accounting of those events. To this game? Not really. I mean, what I'll do for you, Flob, is I'll show you a little bit of the tutorial, because I have actually been meaning to do some of the wiki articles and such. Now I've only got about 3 minutes on side this, so I'm going to stop talking about the introductory parts a little bit and see if I can get the information that I need inside. So again, we're looking for the project name, but while I'm inside the store, I'm going to take the S-fuzzer. I'm going to do the same thing that I always do, which is I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to, oops, negative I is not a number. Well, actually, I guess negative I is a number. It's a complex number. But we'll take a look inside this store page to see if we'll take a look on the store page to see if there's anything that we can find related to the name of the project. But what I'm trying to do here is look internally to see whether or not there's any kind of any servers that we might we weren't able to find through other means. Okay, so there's the I don't think there's anything that I can get out of this, but let's just try a quick file browser on this. All right. And I'm going to assume... Yeah, this isn't too exciting. Okay, but there is an FTP, so let's try fingerprinting... Oh, come on. Oh, because I misspelled it.
Information gathering module initiated.
So we'll see if there's a weakness on that FTP. I know a little. I'm not very good about math, but I know enough to know the complex numbers. Okay, so we've got another exploit. So VSFTPD. So we're basically going to abandon this server. We're running out of time on it anyway, so we'll see what we can find on here.
Fox acid.
So CVE 2015-1419, unspecified vulnerability. VSFTPD allows remote attackers to bypass access restrictions via UDP using an alpha exploit related to deny file parsing. So let's see if we can get on there before we get booted. Almost certainly not.
Network disconnect.
Oh.
Fox acid attack failed.
It may be that I have to be logged in to do that, so. Yep.
Fox acid
Okay,
attack
that's fine.
failed.
Because we still have the oh, we don't actually. I don't remember what the exploit on the previous one was. So let's just I think it was the Cisco one. Store. Oh no, it was PayPal. SST, right.
Fox acid attack failed.
I don't think this is right. Yeah, there we go.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack successful. Connection completed.
Okay, so next up, same exploit, just different delivery, and now we go to the FTP.
Fox acid attack launched.
All right, yeah.
Fox
So
acid
we
attack
needed
successful.
to kind of go on the inside. Let's just close that all down. Oh, are we still on store?
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Genome? Okay, yeah, we got half an hour on this thing, so.
Completed.
Okay, so again, we're still looking for the research project. So we'll start with WMI because we want to see what's going on the computer. Net scan.
Initiated.
Right, now, one thing I forgot to do was...
Information gathering module
Actually,
initiated.
there may not be an active directory for us to work with now that I think about it. Let's maybe start with... This seems so similar to the... crap, why can't I remember it? So similar to the... Oh, we already had that open.
Gathering module initiated.
The store server that we were on. Okay, let's just... Okay, research, users, Abigail. All right, so it doesn't say, so lab technician, dermatologist, genealogist, data specialist. Trying to see if there's any kind of a project associated with project administrator, CEO. Okay. So there may be something here that I haven't thought about. But it doesn't have like person associated with like it doesn't have anything big scary project head along those lines. So it could be that there is a level of... Right, this is one thing I'm always a little confused about. So if I do...
Information gathering module initiated.
Wait, no, it just says that it's... It just says that it's a weak active... Or sorry, it's a vulnerable active directory on main serve 1 staff. So I think that's all that I needed. Let's just see if there's anything else going on here. Yeah, it's back to the... Okay, let's just roll back a little bit because I've sort of gotten over my skis. So we're looking to find project or operation for Genome's data sales. Specifically, need proof they're selling data outside the company. They're likely using a project. They give us a website, find the name of the project or operation for Genome's data sale. So we have found an FTP that we found an FTP which has a weak active directory. So we have Chloe Harrison, who's project administrator. We have Peter Barber, who is the CEO. Incidentally, if I were to look for an individual who might have that information, say on their phone or something like that, hey, Ed Baver, I'd probably be targeting Chloe Harrison. Research, Abigail Talbot is lab tech, hematologist. I know nothing about biology, so I think that might be blood work. Genealogist Naomi Stevens, and data specialist Spencer Cunningham. So there's nothing in the accessible folders that immediately screams to me this is the name of the project. And as far as I can tell, there shouldn't be any file, like, unless it's the research folder, which I think we already tried. I don't think there's going to be anything else for us to check out. So let's try. Actually, I'll just take a look at a couple of other possibilities. I don't think there should be anything about the Wi-Fi because it is just an FTP, but let's just double check. Yeah. And I mean, I could try a man in the middle, but to what end? Like, there's no really sensible reason for me to say that would be. Okay, so let's go with the assumption I need to do some kind of a social engineering. Oh, thanks, Ed Baver. I don't think it's relevant to this. I need to find a project name, but if I need it, I will definitely let you know. Oh, wait, let's see if I can. Interesting. Okay, so this is kind of it telling me that I probably don't need to. I don't need to do a set. Okay, yeah, so that's pretty much closed me off. So one thing I didn't do at the start, because I didn't think it would be useful, was to see if there's any other servers I could be checking out. So we'll let that run for a minute. Oh, come on. I'm bad at this. I'll maybe try a slightly more obvious approach too, which is to say, can I just do... Okay. Apparently this is an FTP with no files on it. This is more so just so I can eliminate these as possibilities. Okay, and then when I did a dig on each of these, yeah, there wasn't anything. Okay, and this produces the same. So I'm clearly missing something here. I'm just quickly gonna do search active direct or search exploit active directory here. So the LDAP service in Microsoft Active Directory application mode, Active Directory lightweight directory service, and Active Directory services allow remote attackers via SPX to cause denial of service, temporary. So maybe that was a bad assumption on my part that we were as deep as we could get. So SPX. Oh, sorry, I should finish reading it. Service memory consumption is service outage via a crafted SNMP query, aka memory consumption vulnerability by using the Assassin rootkit. Preferred delivery method SPX, and exploit to use crafted SNMP packet. And so it says we need to use assassin here.
Fox acid attack launched.
I think this might unlock the rest of the Active Directory.
Fox acid X key score forensics.
Oh, maybe not.
Initiated.
Congratulations, Agent. You have unlocked a new set of X key score entities. You will now have access to new data that will help you with your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. Okay, so let's say genome. We were most interested in Chloe Harrison here. And let's say, you know what, financial transactions. I mean, are you talking about like moving them between windows? Because I do know how to do that. I just choose to keep it all on the main page. Suppose if I'm looking for traveling chatter, I would need to have that between two individuals. Let's take... I'm going to take a minute here and say... Yeah, it was Chloe, so we want to see what's going on with her.
X key score forensics initiated.
I think Spencer Cunningham was the data specialist. So if I just remove the... Okay, so I do have to add filters. I suppose a lab tech would make sense as well. Although whether or not the project manager would be talking with a lab tech, I'm not sure. Okay, Abigail.
X key score forensics initiated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there will be a point where I start losing efficiency on time-sensitive stuff where I start managing it. But in this case, I generally wind up... I think if I used my... I for some reason seem to like switch between keyboard mode and mouse mode, and so it's kind of been working for me so far. Apologies though, because I know it is really frustrating for... I mean, I do Cultist Simulator's a card game that I do on Wednesdays. And I know people go bananas when I I have a disorganized board. Okay, let's just try and keep it between these people. See if there's anything else I can get out of that. Forensic analysis has detected a partial relation between the entities. You should try and run the analysis in combination with another entity. Grim sales report. Okay, this is interesting. So, Chloe Harrison, Genome to Peter Barber at Genome. Grim sales report. Pete, bad news. Accounting just came back with a quarterly report. If we keep going down this route, we're going to go under in less than 4 months. Do you have any ideas about how we can salvage this? We'll need to do some drastic changes. From Peter Barber to to Chloe. Damn it, I knew we should have charged more for those kits. Well, there's always plan B. You know the one I'm talking about. I'll have a talk with Spencer about setting this up. I already have a couple of interested parties. I just need him to process the data. I'll let you know how that goes. Okay, so we want Pete and Spencer to be involved in this. And then Intel company's in the red, but that's not entirely... Like, that's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculously useful right now. Job for you. Peter Barber to Spencer Cunningham. Hello, Spencer. You've been with us for quite some time now, and I wanted to propose a side job for you if you were interested. We've been approached by multiple agencies asking us if we were willing to sell our data to them for a hefty fee, and as you know, our quarterly reports have not been too great as of late. Since you deal with the data on a daily basis, and Naomi is our genealogist, could you let her know? If all this goes according to plan, we should have bonuses at the end of the year. By the way, while what we're doing isn't technically illegal, it doesn't look great if the journalists sniff us out. You find a way to deal with the paper trail, will you? I'll give you the details personally at lunch. Cheers, Pete. So, of course, if you're... Pro tip for those of you who want to start committing crimes, do so in person with someone you trust. But we did get some information that we're going to want to see a chat between Spencer and Naomi, so we'll do the same IDs, records, and shipping transactions for now. So, Naomi? There you are. There's nothing saying, by the way, that any of this stuff, that these are the right filters, but this is a useful trail that we're on, so. All right, from Spencer to Naomi. Hey, Naomi, did you get the latest batch of vials? We'll need to get through those ASAP if we want to catch up on our backlog. Also, Peter's starting a new project, as apparently the kits aren't making enough dosh. Some group approached him to asking to buy the data that we get from these blood tests. I wasn't sure about it at first, but I read the TOS that they ask you to sign before sending your kit, and it's all above board legally, so why not? No harm, no foul, right? Peter called it Project Upward Spiral. He hopes it'll lift us out of this financial hole that we've dug ourselves into. Anyway, he needs us to copy and print all the data that we make and put them in a special manila folder in the bottom cabinet. He also asked me if I knew of a way to discreetly send money online, so I'm looking into that. PayPal. It's not very discreet. I guess even it's still legal. It would. I guess even if it's still legal, it would be a PR nightmare if this got out. So keep it hush hush. Don't forget to delete this email. Cheers, Spence. Of course, the implication here being that they probably did delete the email, but we, we're still reading it. So, Project Upward Spiral. Bounty complete. All right, now we have the DGSE. So hopefully that kind of gave... I know there were some questions in terms of how the game works, but this is basically... that was actually a nice little example of how it goes. And if you're interested, Flobe, that's a little bit more like what the Black Watchman is like. Obviously, in that case, we had a series of documents that was giving us a little bit of a trail to try and sort of figure... Like, that one was sort of guiding me in terms of where my attention should be. This person's talking to this person, and a lot of it is just sort of kind of chipping away a little bit at the evidence that you find and trying to get that last little piece of information that you need. So let's do another. Oh my God, there's so many bounties. Okay. We can get the DGSE to find information on private military contractors in Yemen, or GCHQ dug deeper into Genome and found an unsecure subdomain related to the wire. I gotta do this one, especially because it's, this is we have an hour, so you know what, we'll do the Yemen one. I think I remember this one reasonably well, but I kind of want to follow this Genome one, because I've only ever done the first mission. I didn't know that there were later ones. So anyways, help the DGSE find information on private military contractors in Yemen. Your target, Mite Media, mitemedia.net, and find Mite Media media server subdomain. So we will start the way we normally do, with appropriate apologies to Rex. Mitemedia.net. We'll do Bing because I want to be contrarian, and we'll only do 500 this time around. And then I will also do sfuzzer, not 600, I'm not that patient. And then we'll do the fingerprint.
Information gathering module initiated.
So as I'm fond of saying it, we're basically just trying to see if they left the front door unlocked. Because this one's looking for a media server, it's almost certain that there's going to be something deeper that we need to do. But that doesn't mean... I mean, one of the things I'm trying to do is to get myself into good habits so that stumbles like, oh wait, I can actually access the deeper level of the Active Directory. I'm trying to make it so that that's more of a reflex, because there's definitely been some puzzles that I haven't been able to sort out. I do know that the only thing is that it, I think, doubles the time, doesn't it? Because you do, like, I used to do 1,000, so if I did get Bing and Google, that would be effectively searching 2,000 domains. Interesting. So the S-fuzzer found all of those. All right, so we don't have a direct way in. So let's see if we can get somebody to open a nasty email. So spear phishing attack vector. By the way, the tutorial on this terrified me. The fact that spear phishing is now to a point where you can just go online and download an app that will automate the process for you. I was like, Jesus Christ! Like, what is the point of even trying to secure anything anymore? Ah, fair enough. All right, so we'll start by crawling the Mite Media domain. And obviously here I want to try and get as many emails as I can. So we'll also go to LinkedIn and see if we can find anything. So the last name at Mite Media. Okay, file format. I'm going to assume if anybody's going to open something from Flash in this day and age, it'll be a media company. We'll create a payload. We only have one payload, so reverse shell VPN. Draft T place. So we got CV, sales report, IT, request for proposal, consumer inquiry. Let's say... I don't know, 2 cows. So 150 emails, 30 of them didn't work, 7 of them went to spam. So we've got 113, and apparently nobody believes that 2 cows is looking for demo, or I guess is giving demo reels if it's supposed to be a flash file. Hooray!
Turbine C2 registry. Connection completed.
So again, we're looking for the media server here, so we'll do the usual, but of course now we can take a look internally. There's not a heck of a lot for me to do right now because we've basically just got someone in the company that we're looking at. I guess there's other things that I can do, like maybe take a look in there. Oh, well, I think that's the media server, folks. Bounty complete. All right. Oop. I guess I don't need to disconnect because I'll be going on to the next one. So GCHQ dug deeper into genome and found an unsecure subdomain related to the wireless. ns2security.genome.org PM comes to work at the same time every day. Find private key information that could help us track the transaction. Neat. I was wondering when I would get a chance to show this stuff. So You'd be surprised how many times it gets. I do it all the time, Rex. It's partly too. I think I tend to be a little bit more focused when I'm not streaming the game, but I'm really conscious of the times that I'm silent. So especially now, if people have questions about the game or want to know why I'm doing certain things, feel free to speak up, because I definitely, it's one that I want to try and talk over a little bit more. But I also know that it's a little harder for me to multitask on this one. So NS2 security, right? So NS2. So presumably the story behind this one is they had somebody who actually went to Genome and found this sort of stuff, and then now we've got the tech side. So all right, so we'll go back to search exploit.
Information gathering.
So it's PHP 704. So CVE 2016-4071, format string vulnerability in the PHP SNMP error function in ext SNMP snmp.c and PHP before 5.5.34, 5.6.x before 5.6.20 and 7.x before 7.0.5 allows remote attackers to execute arbitrary code through UDP via formatting string specifiers and an SNMP get call. Preferred delivery method, UDP, exploit to use crafted SNMP packet. And I don't know what any of that means, but you can read the wikis in the tutorial if you want to understand it a little bit better. Let's take a minute. Wait, what am I doing? I'm not fingerprinting, I'm using Fox Acid. All right. So UDP, SNMP packet, you're here somewhere. And after midnight. So again, we're specifically looking for a private key from somebody that we've identified as having a pretty regular pattern in terms of when they come into work. So we'll join Genome Security, and the first thing we're going to be looking for is the Wi-Fi, because the game basically told us to do that. So now you're going to feel really bad about carrying your smartphone, because this is the way that all of your, I believe this is the way that your location works. So we'll do a handshake with this is the only Wi-Fi that we have, but basically we'll go back to the go to the briefing. So PM comes to work on the same time every day, find private key information that could help us track the transaction. So they come into work every day at the same time. We want something like a big column here, right? It's the same phone. So for those of you wanting to know how this thing is supposed to work, how do you know to connect to a Wi-Fi base station? Well, your phone is always pinging out, hey, anybody got a Wi-Fi base station? And the Wi-Fi base stations are like, hey, yeah, you can connect over here. And of course, there's a record of that. And so this person with a Razer phone on Virgin, because they are very dutiful and they come into work at the same time, we have now found their phone and gone into it. The plan, Project Upward Spiral, original plan, do not stale. Truly the finest. I mean, I gotta log off now. It says do not steal. Need to talk to Naomi as she has access to the data files. Get files, analyze samples, make a copy of the data, stuff in the Manila folder. Install the PC security software that Benny got me. Use cryptos to transfer cash, more secure that way. Less chance of getting caught. Install Spectre Miner. Create a Corocoin account. Oh, this is probably like some Bitcoin thing. But he told me not to use the same password as the one I used to log into my computer. Use this wallet. Yeah. Check ledger for transactions. Use the same account credentials as this app. Okay, I'm just going to add to the case file because there's a ton of stuff here. User Spice Lord 20. Pass hint. It's the non-plural scientific word for the main cells found in your veins, arteries, and capillaries. And then add 98, like the score I got from that test. Flex. Cash in the coins, talk to Pete, get a cut. Ask Naomi out, retire in Spain. Oh my god, I love the writing on this. Alright, let's just take a quick look at some of the other stuff that we can find here.
Connection completed.
Oh, neat. Okay, well, now I can connect to the... I mean, this would be terrible because this person would just be looking at their phone and is like, wait, I don't... Why did I just... Why did I just connect to the network? Okay, night out direct. Okay, if somebody from Allison Smith is watching, and you know who wrote this, I am a very big fan of this, especially because I'm wondering about the provider now. Night out draft. Naomi Stevens. Hey Naomi, I'm just wondering if you were free Saturday evening so we could grab a bite. I know of a great place called Piccolo not far from work. They make great chips, but they also do other stuff, and I thought you might like it. Anyways, let me know. Ta Spence. I have an embarrassing work story that I will... Well, not embarrassing. It's a silly work story that I will now share. But I am on the clock, so I'll wait till after that. Minor info. Hey Ben, my boss just got a brilliant idea to make some extra quids. It's nothing illegal, but needs to be under wraps, so he can't write a check, you know? So I heard about cryptocurrency, and apparently it's proper private. How do I get it on that? I know you're all into the dark web business, but I can't make heads or tails of all this tosh. Come over and help me sort this out. Yeah, I'll give you a cut, Spence. And then minor info from Benny Ryan. Oi, mate. If you're into some dodgy stuff, you can't go wrong with Spectre Miner. Just don't ever give your private key. That's your wallet. Anyone can access it if they have that key. I can pop in later and show you how it all works. I could install my security suite too while I'm at it. No one will ever be able to get in. Trust me, bruv. You still up for a drink at Silversmith later? You can grab a pint instead of sucking all that blood at your work, you bloody vampire. Cheers, Ben. Sorry, I probably should have done a better accent for that. So, okay, cool. So we need to find a... Basically, we need to find a password out of this. So, the tricky part for me. So I know that I need to do a... Oh, wait a minute. Non-plural. Okay, scientific word. So I'm going to go to Google for this. Although, was it Ed Baver? You might actually know this. So this would be a fine time. I'm going to be checking Google. So you're welcome to tell me as well. Although I might be covering up your chat, but. I'm assuming this is referring to red blood cells. It's like hemoglobin or something? No, that can't be right. Corpuscles, maybe? Okay. Red blood cells known as RBCs, red cells, red blood corpuscles, hematides, enthroid cells, or enthrocytes. Are the most common type of blood cell and vertebrate's principal means of delivering oxygen to body tissues via blood flow through the... sorry, you would know the word in Dutch, not much in English. Oh, that's fair. Via blood through the circulatory system. Right, hemoglobin is not the name for the blood cell. Okay. Okay, so remove the plural. I got to get that again. So remove the plural, add 98. So I'm going to try row site 98. Damn it! Nope, still bad credentials. ERYTHROCYTE 98. Okay, so I have just another typo. Thank you for your private key. That is okay. So one subject I do know a little bit about is public key cryptography, which is the coolest damn thing in the world. I mean, I realize it's ubiquitous. It's the reason why we have the economy that we do. But just the simple idea, like the problem that it was trying to solve, and the fact that it was solved, I just think is the coolest thing in the world. Among all the other cool things in the world that I think are the coolest things in the world. So that was kind of a neat one. That was another example of a type of mission where you're using a different kind of you're using a different source of information to ultimately get what you're looking for. So I guess we'll help CSIS with it's Aventech again. All right, well, I do eventually want to start getting some other missions in, but we might as well get the reputation with the Canadian government, because I'm a big fan.
Information gathering module.
So, and you know what the really shameful thing is? I know I just did this mission, but I'm probably not going to remember how to do it. I'm pretty sure it was VPN that was weak, though. Or was it? Nah, we'll just do it in order, so... Oop. I don't like calling out lurkers, but there is somebody with very long hair and a wonderful smile who's in... I notice is in here for something else that I was checking. So if you can hear this, hello. I'm very happy you're watching, and I hope you had a good day today. Oh yeah, I promised to tell you guys a silly work story. So, this is a while back. I don't know if they work here anymore or work there anymore, but there's a librarian at work that I developed a bit of a crush on, because one, they're a librarian, and two, they like books, and like three, they're really cute. But I'm also really bad at getting my books back on time. And so they definitely remembered me, but I'm like, oh God, they only remember me as the person who's always late bringing back the books. It's like, I'm sure they resent me. This will never happen. It's at work, and I only show myself to be a person of low moral character. And that's my equivalent Spencer story. There's nothing else beyond that. But for some reason, that Spencer email really reminded me. I did not, however, write an email saying, "Would you like to go to the chip shop?" All right, we have what we need to get to vpnaventech.com. And yet, for some reason, I still do not remember that Fox Acid is on the network intrusion tab. After midnight.
Fox Acid attack launched. Fox Acid attack successful. Connection completed.
So if memory serves, I think the ERP server was just straight in... it was like right in our face after the net scan. All right, so there is a new genome mission. So we're gonna keep. I mean, this is almost a little bit like another story mission. So I'm okay going through with this if you guys are. So GCHQ confirms that Genome used cryptocurrency to sell their data to a third party. Find the buyer. Cryptosite KorokoCoins.io, ledger use SpiceLord20, password Ethrosite98. Find the name of Genome's buyer. Check the site's KYC database. Hopefully that will all make sense at some point.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right. That is not what I'm looking for at all. Kuroko coins. If you guys don't mind me asking, of the people who don't play Night Team 4 or don't own it, how many of you are thinking about it? Either have it on your wish list or are, you know, are thinking of picking it up? Whether it's me who's driven you to that, or you're just thinking on your own. Users only ledger, that might be interesting. And maybe as a supplemental question, for those of you who who are fans of Night Team 4, play it, are there any people here who have a hive mind, or alternatively who have the Network Administrator pack, or maybe waiting to get the Network Administrator pack when it's on sale or something like that? Okay, so looks like the email is vulnerable, and I will just take a minute here and look at... Okay, well, we'll start with the email. What am I doing?
Information gathering module initiated.
This is for Outlook Web Access. Cross-site request, CVE 2010-3213, cross-site request spoof vulnerability in Microsoft Outlook Web Access 2007 through UDP. Allows remote attackers to hijack the authentication of email users for requests that perform Outlook requests, as demonstrated by setting the auto-forward rule. Preferred delivery method UDP, exploit to use content spoofing. Knox has yet to purchase the editor. Ed Baver says, you do not think that you will buy it. You like puzzle games, but this type of puzzle you feel like will be extremely taxing for you to get an overview of. Why do you say that? Is it because of the... Is it because of the sort of the tech side to it? Because I can maybe show you what the tutorial looks like if you're over there. You've yet to purchase. Are you interested in the editor, Knox, or are you somebody who just kind of prefers playing the game? Okay, let's go ahead and...
Fox Acid server connection initiated.
We've got UDP. Content spoofing. And after midnight. It's because the type of data is not really compatible with the way you do my mind mapping. Okay, that's fair, Ed Baver. You guys can just give me a quick second here. I need to bring up a message. This won't take too long, I don't think. Oh, come on. Sorry, I just got a message on my phone, so I need to deal with this really quick. But yeah, it is. I actually was a little lucky in the fact that I managed to pick it up on sale. But I mean, I really like the game. I'm lucky enough that Allison Smith kind of gave me a copy of the game as like a press key. So I didn't have to buy the game. I sort of figured, well, it'd be nice to to pass it pass it on. And in this case, I bought all the stuff that they have. So. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone.
Fox acid attack launched.
So yeah, for those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about here, Alice and Smith have done something kind of cool with this game, and I like the business model behind it, but I realize it sometimes makes things a little hard to I'm trying to like as a consumer, it's not the best for me. As somebody who is interested in the business of video games, so basically, this little button here is the network administrator. So you can actually make puzzles like this in the game for other people to play through the HiveMind module. So there's a bunch of people who play this game who have actually made their own content for the game. And I believe Allison Smith actually sometimes talks with them about, the design of other missions and such. But the thing about it is that it costs more than the base game. So the game on its own is, I know, only in Canadian. So it's $39.99 Canadian. And then the network administrator pack is $68.99. So in this case, I think it's absolutely worth it, but obviously everybody has sort of different ideas in terms of what they want to spend on that sort of thing. And certainly I got the network administrator at a discount. But with that in mind, I always like taking the reminder that obviously wish lists are a thing. So definitely signaling that you want the game, putting that on your wish list, that lets people know about the game. And of course, you get a notification from Steam when it goes on sale. So, but in any case, one of the things that I think is really effective about that method is that it definitely makes sure that the people generating content for the game are sort of super fans. Obviously, there is sort of a price limitation that's created by that. Not necessarily everybody wants to spend that much on the game, but clearly there is sort of a level of commitment that's made. So instead of it being something where like anybody can go in and as a result you have a very low floor for the content, you've sort of ensured that people who are invested enough to spend that amount of money in the game are generating content for it. By the way, Nox, do you have whispers enabled on your on Twitch? If you do, could you just check your messages for me, please?
Information gathering module initiated.
What was I trying to do here? Right. Okay. So I've got an internal server to check out. I wasted a bunch of time talking about what I think the business model is. You can tell people what you just got if you want, but. Or I can tell them. Know your customer direct. Oh, okay. Hang on. And Baver knows what's up. Yes, I happen to have a spare key for the network administrator key. With that in mind, that is actually from Allison Smith. I did not spend money from that, so you guys definitely should be thanking them. But hopefully this sets up an answer that for those of you who were sitting silent and wanted a copy of 19.4, the Network Administrator pack, this will be a message next time to answer that question. So, yeah, no problem at all, Nox. Thank you very much for hanging out in the channel. One of the things is, like, obviously, so this is the thing, right? You get a DLC that kind of is known for being very costly. At least relative to what, like, you know, people are used to spending on this stuff. And it becomes quite difficult to know what to do about it, because obviously if I just put something on, I'm going to have to reconnect to this.
Information gathering module initiated.
If I just put, you know, giveaway at the top of the channel, I'm going to get a bunch of people who are really interested in getting the, you know, in getting the key for sure. But you know, it for all I know, they could be sending it off to G2A or something like that. So yeah, I'm gonna get the boot.
Network disconnected. So, you know,
once I'm given this key to send around, I'm like, okay, well, what am I gonna do with this? So I, you know, one of the things that I can do is if I can keep it as a little bit of a, you know, if I can keep it like a submarine, you don't quite know that it's there. And you know, there's somebody who kind of comes in, is active in chat, seems like they would appreciate it. It just gives me a chance to occasionally things like this. So keep it in mind, guys, every time I ask the question, are you guys interested in this game, or do you guys want X? I unfortunately do not have a mountain of keys that I'm sitting on just waiting to give them out. Sometimes I'm just genuinely interested in it. But I've always sort of felt the best way to handle keys like that is to give them seemingly at random and make people have a good day. So if I can impose on a request.
Successful.
Beauty, thank you, thank you for verifying that for me, Nox. If I can ask one request for that, just please pass that along. You know, tell people about NITE 4, talk about what it's awesome. Please let me know when you make a hive mind. I would love to do it on the stream. And if you want, if you're in the stream while I'm doing it, definitely feel free to let me know. You know, feel free to let me know about what your, you know, you can watch me do your creation while I'm on the stream. But obviously there's no obligation behind that. I just, I wanted to try and maximize the value to Allison Smith out of that. So yeah, no worries. Yeah, so Nox already had the game. I gave him a key, or well, I sort of through the grace of Allison Smith got the Network Administrator DLC, the $68 thing. So that wasn't exactly the most elegant way that I did it, but it worked. So okay, so I'm looking again. So I'm looking for. Genome's buyer. I think the problem that I have... Oh, right. I need to... I actually need to see this guy's transactions first. So... Nope. So Spice Lord 20, and then that. Hey Talwin, how you doing? I look forward to experimenting with it. I should make something of value. Should I make something of value? I'll definitely share it. Excellent, because I know... Well, the other thing that's really important about Night Team 2, it seems to me that this game really survives... I'm just gonna, I don't think I have a notepad out, so I'm just gonna write this down myself. I think these games sort of rise and fall on their ability to kind of continue to have content, to continue to have, like things to do, because once you solve a puzzle once, it's not quite the same to do it over and over again. So I can't read my writing. I am so bad at this. It's kind of dark in here, so got it. Okay. But yeah, so I mean, it's obviously in their interest to make sure that that more stuff gets made. I haven't actually made anything for the Hive Mind yet myself, but seemed worth it. Okay, 400, 300. Tricky. Just want to double check what I'm looking for here. So find the name of Genome's buyer, check the KYC database. So the challenge I have right now is that I can't distinguish between, so it could be that all of these transactions are for the goods. Maybe I'll go for like the highest value one. And what I'm going to look for here is basically a code that matches. Oh, actually, hang on. The D91. Ah, they're all the same. Okay. They're probably going to get booted, but...
Network disconnected.
All right. So we know what we're looking for. This is just a matter of
Acid server connection initiated.
Just a matter of applying it again. Oh, I didn't even need to open it up again.
Acid attack launched. Fox acid attack successful. Connection completed.
I don't know why it just booted me out of there, but... Let me in. So this is now where I'm regretting having a messy desktop. Okay, so it's the same buyer and seller in each of these. So really now we just need to match the the keys. Yep. Got him. Why are these so hard to write? It's Russian. That explains it all. I'm just going to type this out in chat. So I think I need to give the name of the company, but I'm also going to put the representative in. Success! And I just got something cool. No bounties available. Please come back later. Next drop is at 1:30 UTC. I have no idea. Does anybody know what time UTC it is? Oh, apparently there is a new bounty after all. So I think, nope, that's not here. I think I'll keep the Watcher for now. There it is. Help thwart the severe breach of privacy regarding the sale of DNA data. GCHQ thanks you for your assist, Agent. Okay, so it turns out that there are new bounties. I gotta do this. So GCHQ plus 30. GCHQ strongly suspects the Sashada group of holding Sebastian Bird hostage for his presumably reporting. SashadaGroup.com. They are expecting communication from Genome for a sale. Sebastian is being held captive somewhere in Europe. Find the address. Ooh, okay. This is gonna be like a really cool. Sorry guys, I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna go nuts if I don't know this. So it is. Oh yeah, it's 132 UTC. So I guess the turnaround on this is pretty short. Bounties. Did I just drop that? Oh, thank God. Okay. I just want to see how frequently they drop. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Let's follow what we have. So we have sashadagroup.com, and we'll see what we can find.
Information gathering module.
So, as always, OSINT scan. I just want to double check that that is .com, not like .ru or something like that.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, so they only found. I'm a little suspicious of the fact that we only found that. So in this case, I'll do the S-fuzzer right away. Oop. My bad.
Network disconnected.
Okay, so unsurprisingly, we did not find a vulnerability on the only available entry point. So we'll let the S-fuzzer do its thing. In the meantime, I am going to try the set. Okay, so there are wow, there's a lot of emails. Okay, so I will also do the dictionary pattern. I don't know if it's supposed to be Sashada or Sashada, but I'm assuming Sashada, but 3,000 people. Okay, we don't know what they do, but I did say they were looking for something from... Let's do word. Again, we only have one payload, the reverse shell VPN, and we'll craft the email template. So in this case, we will do sales reports. Only 53. Let's see if we can maybe change the file format. Didn't really change that much. Okay, apparently Let's see if we can do something better with the email type template. IT maybe? That was worse. I actually don't know if that's the name of it, but with 3,000 emails, we gotta get something. I'm thinking we're probably going to run out of time before we run out of before we deliver all of these emails. I have no idea why a class action lawsuit would give you, like, I'm assuming that, like, a document would be more appropriate for that, but, well, they're definitely a lot more secure. We need to find the guy who wanted to, like, download Angry Birds or something like that and hope they open their email. Oh yeah, like if somebody tried to do this at where I work, like it would not. I mean, okay, I can't say it would never work, but like there would have to be somebody who had meddled with the way we have things set up. Like it's basically set up assuming that we do not know anything and that we're going to ignore every single rule that we have about our email. The real work that I do isn't even on a computer that has access to the internet. So, like, and I'm getting a really good idea of why that is, because between the friend who's talking about the executive assistant that sent a spear phishing email to the entire floor from that that guy's account, to this kind of nonsense, I'm going to assume that the human side is the weakest link. All right, so we are looking to find out where they're holding our dear friend Mr. Bird. So let's start with the S-fuzzer as usual, and we will look for internal sites. In the meantime, let's go snooping around, see what we can find here.
Information gathering module initiated.
We've got a few active directories. So I'm thinking the timesheets, especially field agents here, might, well, while I'm at it. I'm assuming the field agents are probably going to have the most information about where the guy's being held.
Information gathering module initiated.
I love some of these descriptions. Not great with tagging, lots of connections. So we don't have a lot of information about who might be holding this guy. So apparently what we need is located on here. So instead of banging my head against the wall, let's see if there's anything else that we can find.
Initiated.
Okay, nothing going on there. At least nothing that we can access.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, nothing going on there. So another thing that I want to try really quick is just see if there's any agents walking in and out of the building for whatever reason. Hello? Just gonna get all the info. Oh, I screwed up. 64. The X key score? Yeah, so the X key score only gets unlocked for certain information. Now, I might be making it harder by adding all of this stuff, but yeah. I'm still going to do it. So B9. So I do have kind of a plan for all this information. I think we're back to the start. So I'll just double check here that it was F3 that was the last in that list. I'm going to have to do... so it was F3 was the last. Yeah, okay. So we've got Bar Ferdinand, Restaurants, Cloaco, A&D, Electro, so on and so forth. So a bunch of different Wi-Fi spots, right? But what we have for these different agents, regroup schedule Mondays 2300, Wednesdays 1300, Saturdays 900. Basically, we could potentially find the phones for all of these different agents. So cost premium meets late, but worth it. So Mondays at 11 in the evening. So we have 3 candidates here. This is most likely.
Network intrusion module initiated.
So notes, Austria site locks, note deleted. Package 6450H is at 663 and 9982R is at 723. I have someone watching 982R. I can vouch for them. Don't keep me waiting. Your package delivery sites have been added to your phone. Whenever you do drop a package, you are instructed to guard the package until a representative comes by for pickup. Do not damage the packages. Once the rep has come by for pickup, you are free to pursue a new job. All right. So... to all fielders, security issues. Hello fielders, just a reminder, turn off the Wi-Fi from your phones and laptop whenever you're scheduled for regroup. Airplane mode is fine. Failure to do so will weaken our security, and the punishment for this is a downgrade of equipment. Wi-Fi is still allowed during your jobs, but should be used sparingly to avoid tracking. Oh, and don't open emails from untrusted sources. I feel I shouldn't specify this. I won't name names, but it appears that some of you can't figure this one out yet and caused overtime for our techs. Please be more careful. Other than that, keep up the good work. We will always have more jobs in this pipeline. Okay. Not quite enough for me to say. So the challenge that I have here with the packages, 98DR, Basically, we don't quite have enough to say... we don't have quite enough to piece this all together. So there may be other information that we have here. And certainly we know where they, where they operate. There's Austria, Poland, and Hungary. But I don't have enough to sort of say this is definitely the person who's holding the journalist. So Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. And we'll follow the same idea here. All right, so it's pretty unlikely. Yeah, so it's this HTC phone is the most likely.
Module initiated.
Okay. Slightly damaged, but still functional. Feel to take it out of my bonus. So similar story, right? We don't know enough about where these people are operating. Although Austria, Poland, Hungary, Germany, Denmark, Netherlands. Saturdays 0900. Interesting. So they actually seem to they very likely turned off their phone during... Okay, Friday's 1400. We're almost certainly going to get booted off. We're going to have to do all this again.
Network disconnected.
All right, that's a shame.
Fox acid server connection initiated.
Oh, that's right. That was the spear phishing. I have to rebuild that. All right. I probably shouldn't have been. I probably should have been a little bit more careful in terms of my time management, but. I do want to see... Okay, there's the DLL. Limited liability partnership. Oh, wait a minute. I think I did this wrong.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
I'm pretty sure I might have been connecting to something else now that I think about it. It's the one that created the mission, had a different approach in mind because you would have needed quite a bit more time than what you had. Well, I also kind of babbled a bit though, so... Wait, was I really in 133, 171? Okay, so we definitely don't need that. And apparently I closed all the stuff that so this is where my appalling layout really comes to hurt me. Apparently I did close whatever connection I'd made for the S-fuzzer. Okay.
Turbine C2 registry. Any connection completed. Information gathering module. Initiated.
Hello, this game looks interesting. What's it about? Dexter Yap, welcome. It's NITE Team 4. It's by a company called Allison Smith. So basically, it is sort of a hacking simulation game. Specifically, they would probably refer to it as a military hacking simulation. So for instance, what we're trying to do right now, we have a kidnapped journalist. We've been sort of following this bounty for a while now. So we know that there's this group called the Seshada Group who is holding a journalist, Sebastian Bird, hostage. And what we're trying to do right now is find out where he's being held in Europe. So essentially this game does a good job of sort of abstracting the long term. There's a time limit on this this connection I have, by the way. So if I'm a little too brief in my description, I'll try and expand on it when I don't have the same kind of pressure that I so when I don't have the time pressure. But basically, the best that I can say is that the game tries to take hacking seriously. Did I really close my... Oh, that's so upsetting. All right. Well, I'll give you an idea of what we're working on. So we found these agents, and what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a look at the Wi-Fi. So basically, the game tries to take hacking seriously. It tries to take sort of a ripped from the headlines approach. It does kind of count as an ARG, so there will actually be some things that there'll be some things like for instance, there was a whole kind of a series of missions based on the G7 meeting. But what it does, it sort of abstracts away some of the more tedious or long-term ones. So there's a little bit of kind of Hollywood hacking going on. But the basic idea here is that you are this organization that supports a group known as the Black Watchmen, which is basically the first game that Allison Smith made. And you sort of penetrate these computer systems to try and get the information that they need to do their mission. So for instance here, in order to try and find where Sebastian Bird is being held, I'm going into this, first of all, I did a spear phishing email. So there's a lot of emails at this group, and apparently they're really bad at opening emails from foreign sources. And what I'm doing right now is I'm sort of mapping everyone who's connected to the Wi-Fi sort of in the area. And what I'm using this for is I'm taking this database of the agents and their meetup times, and I'm using it to identify the phones that are that they use, or at least as many of them as I can. And then based on the information that's inside those phones, I'm going to try and determine where the journalist is. Is it single player? Yes, it is. There is sort of a multiplayer option when I'm not on the time limit. I'll show you kind of how they've incorporated multiplayer. But it is primarily a single player game. Although I will say it's it does have everything's kind of done online in the sense that you have to have an internet connection to play it. Like that's where they keep all of the information is kind of kept on Allison and Smith's servers, and that's how they do cool stuff. Like so, Anishel, one of the people who worked on the game, actually I think is the owner of Allison Smith, actually came in and unlocked a bunch of cool looking backgrounds for us. So they're able to do things. And then there's Twitch drops. So if you watch Twitch streams, you can get certain things for the game just by watching streams. So because they host everything off of their server, I know everybody hated it when Diablo went online only, but in this case here, they basically do it to give us stuff. So you have friends that are interested in this stuff? Yeah, it's definitely a very cool it's definitely a very cool game. It's again called Night Team 4. I think it's $39.99 Canadian for the base level. I will mention there's a DLC that actually lets you build levels for other people to play. But basically, if I always tell people, is like if you're not convinced enough to buy it at the full price, definitely wishlist it, because one, more people need to know about this game. This is an extremely interesting game, and I feel like it hasn't quite gotten the level of attention that it deserves, which is not to say that it's not successful, but it's definitely a game that I sort of feel is like a little bit of a diamond in the rough, because as you say, it's Sherlock Holmes but with hacking. But the other thing is that by putting it on your wish list, you're sort of saying, hey, I found something cool, and if you're lucky, somebody gets it for you. And if you're not lucky, you get an email from Steam or whoever you wish listed on, and you can get it at the price that you think is fair. Okay, Tuesdays at 11. So again, we're just looking, what we're doing here, we're looking for the single phones because these are most likely to be the agents. So for instance here, okay, so this guy didn't delete his emails. This is probably the guy who opens the foreign emails. Yeah, actually, I'm glad you mentioned Hacknet. I'm going to finish this mission here, and then I'm going to show you something that you'll probably be amused. So, right, client sent an email to me. HQ, I received a client email by mistake, so I forwarded back to you with the attachment. This is my favorite person. Okay, package 2985G extracted. Package found and extracted, stored in Site 23, awaiting pickup. By the way, you can tell I'm not an Android user because I keep hitting the go back to the main menu. Your package delivery sites have been added to your phone. Whenever you drop a package, you are instructed to guard the package until a representative comes by for pickup. Do not damage the packages. Once the rep has come by for pickup, you are free to pursue a new job. And to all fielder security issues, just a reminder to turn off the phone. Yeah, so on and so forth. So, okay. So the challenge here is I haven't been able to connect this with the journalist we're looking for. Oh God, I didn't even think to check the messages on the other phones. Benji, and I'm in London again. If you want to catch up, this guy totally took the journalist. I need your help on a job. Sure, mate. What are you looking for? Looking for this journo bloke in Soho. Yeah, if it wasn't obvious enough, you have to be more specific. Yeah, so we can meet up for a pint then. Fair enough. See you in a minute. Okay, so in Site 23, 13 Rusper Road. Oh, come on. So I'm just going to take a minute to write that out in chat so I can reference it. Hooray! Bounty completed. So we got an emblem, a proxy, and I'm gonna just close out for a minute. Yeah, Dexter app. I mean, it's a new game, so in this case, it's sort of it's a premium price for kind of a full game that was released. It's one of the reasons why I recommend people to wishlist it if it's a little if it's they don't think it's quite the price that they're looking to go for. But here's something that might interest you. If you actually Some of you in chat know what's about to happen. Do you see it on sale quite frequently? I mean, I got it on sale. I got the network administrator thing on sale like a week or so after playing it, but I think I just got lucky there. And sorry, Dexter Yap, I am going to show you something, but...
Network disconnected.
Dexter Yap, if you want, you can tell you can tell chat what you just got, but chat already knows what happened. All right, so the thing I did want to show you was not just the thing I DM'd you, but please pass on the good word. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. So you were mentioning Hacknet. If you have Hacknet in your Steam library, there is actually a special background. So, oh, you do see it on. Sorry, I thought you were asking a question rather than making a statement. Well, as it happens, Dexter Yap has gotten a key for the game because, in addition to a key for the Network Administrator pack, I was given a key for the base game, and because nobody here mentioned that they didn't have the game when we're interested in playing it, I thought I would. I was just going to encourage people. By the way, if you don't have the game, please do still wishlist. But I thought, hey, I have an opportunity here, so I grabbed the other one and sent it off to Dexter. So again, what is the network administrator? Oh man, you're going to be so upset about this. So game editor tool. Oh, it opens a browser window, so I can't show you. Basically, there is something called the hive mind in this game. Oh, that's the drone.
Hive mind network active.
This area is dedicated to veteran players who have advanced knowledge of the Stinger OS. This is a public sandbox filled with user-generated content. Continue to the hive mind network at your own risk. So basically, there is a DLC for this game. Now, it actually costs more than the base game. But basically, it for kind of fans of the game who you know are willing to go for that deeper level of engagement, and it does go on sale. There is the DLC that you can get. But yeah, so basically with this DLC, you can build the types of missions that I was that I was on right there, and then the way you'll be experiencing them is once you kind of enjoy the base game and whatnot, you will be able to go into this area. I wouldn't recommend it as a sort of a first up. If you don't mind, I'm going to change from the Hacknet background back to something that's not blurring it. The default Stinger OS. By the way, Eyes of Sin, I don't think I actually said hi. Hello, Eyes of Sin. I'm very happy to see you. I thought you were lurking a little bit earlier. But we've got a little bit of a break in the gameplay going on, so I'll take a minute. But anyways, so
Hive mind network active.
In the Network Administrator pack, basically every single thing here is somebody who has the Network Administrator pack who has made a level. And you can kind of go in and test your wits against the others. There are some filters, so recommended, new, completed, discover, so on and so forth. You can filter it by different ranks. I believe they monitor the amount of time it takes to complete it. So yeah, so in this case, you know, people seem to find this kind of fun and whatnot, but it does seem to take 45. The average time to complete it is about 45 minutes. But yeah, so basically, in addition to sort of the base game and all of the content that they have, I think I'm scared to take a look at the bounties just because I might not ever actually get to the open world stuff. So the stuff I've been doing so far has just been these sort of basic little side missions. There is a complete story mode single player campaign, and then there's the open world. So there's a whole ARG for this. And you'll notice that there's sort of new, so October, November, December. It was, I think in last month's was the G7 mission, and then it looks like September's already up. So yeah, basically this game kind of gets new content added as it goes by. The multiplayer component is so join team attack server, enter a server name on and click connect. It will join an existing room or create a new one. Warning, the multiplayer co-op feature is currently in beta. As we are still testing the implementation of this feature, you may encounter game-breaking bugs during your multiplayer session. Attention, if you do encounter these bugs and are unable to continue playing, you will need to restart your game entirely. The multiplayer feature is only available for story mode and Hivemind networks. So again, it's sort of a work in progress, but basically if your friends do wind up picking up this game, do you get to play the open world stuff IRL? Yeah, well, I mean, like, so the Black Watchman apparently had like real life things that you could go to. But basically so if you do the story missions, it's pretty light on the real world components, whereas the open world missions, these sorts of things wind up being, by the way, is this because I signed into the Hivemind?
Hivemind network active.
Hopefully it doesn't think I'm on that high. I'm messing up their average time to complete. Oh crap! I did sign it. Okay, I got to get out of this thing, otherwise I'm going to mess around with their time to complete. So let's just hit a bounty real quick. That's more like it. But yeah, so basically your individual experience of the game will very likely be you engaging with the puzzles that the game shows. Again, if you have some friends who have a copy of the game, you can do those joint missions for the story or the... let me just double check how they said it, because I thought it was the story wasn't... Okay, is only available for story mode and Hivemind networks. I'm going to assume the Hivemind networks are probably going to be the more meaty component for you. And then there's a whole tutorial. The tutorial is actually pretty good. The tutorial has a bit of a story for it as well, so I do recommend starting off with that. But yeah, the open world components actually have real life information that you will draw from. So you'll be going to your web browser and you'll be looking up stuff. And this is true for all of them. So like in Nero, the Dream World, you'll be going in and taking a look to basic... I heard that name in the YouTube... Sorry, which name were you referring to? I forget what you were referring to. I'm sorry, Dexter Yap. I'm busy babbling. Oh no. Yeah, you don't. I mean, again, for the Black Watchman, there definitely was something where you could walk somewhere. I think you had to like pay for a ticket or something like that. Allison Smith has done stuff like that before, to my understanding. I don't know if they're planning on doing it for Night Team 4. But yes, the ARG component has, at least for some of their other stuff, has definitely gone pretty deep. For this particular game, it's usually just been you are taking stuff from the headlines and using it to inform what's going on. But the others, yes, this is the Eyes of Sin, the lovely lady who did. Also, you probably haven't seen this. These are the emotes that she did for me. So people who subscribe to the channel, depending on the tier. So the basic subscription is that first one, System 1 HMM, but the second tier and third tier. By the way, guys, it is September, so you get half off on subscriptions. basically, she is the one who did these emotes, and she happens to be very cute in real life too. I've not had the pleasure of meeting her in real life, but I have seen her broadcast, and she is a milady, which means that I get to be very awkward around her and say inappropriate things, and ignore her when she visits the channel for some reason, because I'm all worked up about Night Team 4. Anyways. Incidentally, Eyes of Sin, the SYN stands for synesthesia, because apparently she is synesthesic, which I did not know until she told me. How are you doing, Eyes of Sin? It's very good to see you. And again, please don't feel any need to apologize for being late. All right, so I did say that I wanted to do some open world stuff. That was a lot of fun to do the genome missions and such, but I did rather disgracefully on the open world last time that we did it. So let's go back. We're gonna do October. It's almost a year ago now. So we'll do Delicate Drive. You're not sure what the ramble was, but it was adorable. Well, I started off by talking about how much I like Night Team 4, and then I think I eventually sort of stumbled into talking about how much I like the Eyes of Sin. But I think oh yeah, sorry, one other thing before I move into the mission. If you guys have played the other hacking game Uplink, there's a reference to that in here as well. So you get these custom skins if you have these games in your library. So there is Hacknet, there is Uplink, there's the Dragon from the Secret World, as well as the Templar and the Illuminati. And then some of these other ones come from other, basically other information. For those of you who do link your accounts to Twitch, by the way, there is the Watcher skin, which you get for watching fine content such as this online. There's a Halloween theme too, but it's not October yet, so we'll not do that. Okay, let's do... I think I said I wanted to do NATO. Anyways, unless I owe Sin an apology, let's do an open world mission. Part 1, Mission A18, October 2018, Part 1, Delicate Drive. Mission Overview. Night Team 4 recently identified Maria Sagatsume as Delicate Drive, a black hat responsible for many recent attacks against the American banking system. Ascertain her current status and location, and our recruitment team will determine how best to proceed. It's an investigation mission. It's minimal real-life components. It is advanced, an ambient spy agent. We get 10 XP and 1 avatar if we complete it, and we've got a briefing document. Now, the briefing document, I'm going to have to find a way of putting that online. So let me just make sure all of these other things are gone. And hopefully you guys don't see my private messages to the people I gave keys to. Here we go. So this is the document that we had. So mission briefing 10/18, October 2nd, 2018. North American operations in Phoenix, Arizona. Major Mulco, Humant, Agent S. Oldstall, Geoint, Specialist S. Hewitt, Sigint, and NT4 assignment Cybint. Mission briefing 10/18, Special Operations. Night Team 4 recently identified Maria Sagatsume as Delicate Drive, a black hat responsible for many attacks against the American banking system. 2 days ago, Sagatsume failed to appear to an NT4 recruitment meeting in Phoenix, Arizona, and Delicate Drive has since gone dark. We suspect that she has been apprehended by a third party. Ascertain her current status and location, and our recruitment team will determine how best to proceed. Sagatsume is a high-value asset, and this mission is time-sensitive. I believe, yes, if you click that link, it will take you to Night Team 4. I already own the game, so I don't need to worry about that. Phoenix is the economic, cultural, and administrative capital of Arizona. It is located in the Valley of the Sun in the southwestern United States. Population 1,615,000, time zone UTC -7, dialing code 1602. There is a box around Phoenix. Sin, have you ever lived in Phoenix? Because I know you've lived all over the world, or at least all over the America. Okay, Phase 1, Family Ties. Sagatsume's husband, Anthony, refuses to cooperate with us. You have been authorized to access his network, archive ID 2D8 H9J and research any time-sensitive intel on Maria Sagatsume's disappearance. All intrusion operations must be conducted exclusively under the Stinger OS penetration and cyber attack platform. Now, this website I'm going to here, I should open that in another tab. So archive.theblackwatchman.com is actually something from the game The Black Watchman. So this is how you access the sort of case files that you'll be working with in the game that was a predecessor to that. Also a very cool one. So if you've not tried it out, definitely it's definitely worth your time. So this is a little bit about, this is kind of what it's like to get a new mission from the Black Watchman. I may play it on stream at some point, but obviously Night Team 4 is sort of my priority right now. So phase 2, okay, so we'll use information from this file to try and get some information out of him. And then phase 2, current status. Once you've determined the group that has apprehended Sagatsume, research their facilities and determine where she is likely being held. Maltego CE or similar platforms can help you keep track of your cyber investigation. I'm not actually sure what Maltego CE is, but we will find out, I'm sure. Oh, sorry, I haven't shown you the file yet. So, Division 66, 1751 Richardson Street, Unit 4114, Montreal HQ, Canada, H3K 1G6. Archive code number 2D8H9J, reference NT4 mission 101801, delicate drive. Subject number 2D8HJ9. Name alias Anthony Sagatsume. Date of birth 14/07/1988, so July 14th, 1988. Citizenship Guatemalan American. Current address 2310 North 16th Street, Phoenix, Arizona 85006. Current phone number 602-555-2317. Email address asagatsume@macedon.net. Spouse Maria Sagatsume. Children NA. High school, Inter-American School. Quetzalcoatl, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Guatemala, graduated 2006. Is Black Watchman an actual group? I believe they are a fictional group created for an ARG that was run for The Secret World, and it was spun off into its own series of games, of which Night Team 4 can be considered an entry into that world and that lore. College University, Arizona State University, Phoenix, U.S. Degree Computer Science, graduated 2010. No additional education. Overview: Mr. Sagatsume is a software engineer at Macedon Telecom. He has no criminal record, a good credit rating, and has never been enlisted in the military. Mr. Sagatsume is currently under Level 4 Human and Level 7 Cybint surveillance in relation to his wife Maria's recent disappearance. As it says, no military service. His employment history: Albemarle Toboggan. He was a cook. Burger Barn, also a cook. This is Johnny Big Time from Guatemala. Then he went to Verizon, worked in retail sales at Macedon Telecom. He became a software engineer. That makes sense, of course. I mean, apparently he started at Verizon December, so I'm assuming he worked a year while he tried to find a comp sci job. Started working at Macedon as a software engineer, current employer, and does consulting for Aconite Capital. No records at the local city, county, federal agency, Global Alert Watch, CIA, Interpol. Division 66 authorization: Human, Division 79, Level 4 surveillance, Cybint, Night Team 4, Level 7 surveillance, and network intrusion via email and cell phone. Okay, so I don't really know much about what I'm going to do with his email, but I do know what I'm going to do with his cell phone. So network intrusion, phone CID backdoor.
Intrusion module initiated.
I'm going to take the MAC address that we got from the file, and we know it's Macedon. Hello, sir. Just taking a quick little look to see if there's anything fun to mess around with here. There isn't. Okay, meeting with Kumi Matsuno about Maria's case and best legal defense. Meeting with Ben about a new project. November 3rd, book flight to San Fran. Messages with Maria. Can you pick up some Chinese on your way home? Thanks. Any requests? Yes, that my husband brings home Chinese food. I thought that was clear. Alrighty then, just plain steamed rice it is then. And fortune cookies. White rice and fortune cookies. Jonathan Boone, traffic is terrible this morning. Tell Emmett I will be at least another 15 minutes. Just start the meeting without me. You sure there's supposed to be some important announcement today? Yeah, knowing Emmett, he'll talk for about half an hour about the latest quarter's sales figures before we get to anything new. You weren't wrong. Wow, that was a useless meeting. Felipe Rodriguez, still on for beer Saturday? You know it. See you then. Mom. How is she? Any news? I'm en route now. I should be about an hour to Eloy. I hope there's no traffic. I don't want to miss visitation period. It's also ridiculous. She didn't do anything. Just please make sure she's safe. Now, I thought at the end of last stream when I did this, I thought about this message, and I think this is the solution here. So just please make sure she's safe. I'm sure she's safe, but I'll let you know more after we talk. I need to be safe now and stop texting while driving. Emmett Coleman, thank you again for giving me the time off on such short notice. I'm en route to see her now. No problem. Good luck, and let me know if you need more time on. Wish her the best for me. Thanks. Okay. Notes. Yeah. So I don't think there's anything else about Macedon that I can really work with. The only other thing that I can say here is like, okay, so we do OSN scan macedon.net, Google depth 500. Actually, it might be .com instead of .net. It is macedon.net. Okay.
Information gathering module initiated.
So fingerprint it at... Oh, I don't want one. Also do the S-fuzzer. Now the IPs will actually be helpful as well, but I'm going to start with the S-fuzzer for a minute while I search these others. So WW1. By the way, I know, Sin, sometimes you watch and you're not able to go to the keyboard. If so, I can just send you a message on Discord. But are you at the keyboard at the moment? I just wanted to show off some more of the emotes that she did for Octavian. Okay, so we don't have any direct, basically, as I like to give the analogy, they don't have any, the front door isn't open, so all of these are up to date. And so far we're finding all the same details here. So one thing I'm going to do with the OSINT scans here is I'm actually going to use these IPs to see if there's any more information. Who are you talking to? The Eyes of Sin 92. She may or may not be still around. I know she sometimes watches without... without being on the keys. So I'll show the ones that I know she's done for sure. These are some of the emotes that she did for Octavian 0. Okay, OSINT scan, and we'll do 87 144 206 87, not 887 206 48. So here we're just seeing if... Here we're just seeing... Come on. Here we're just seeing if there's any other domains under that IP that I'd missed. Okay, that's a little suspicious. Seven 144 206 48. Because we definitely got all of those from Google. So I'm just going to take a quick minute here and see if there's anything I can find out about these IP addresses. Otherwise, I'm going to go with the guess. I think it's actually possible you just need... I think it's possible that you just need that guy's phone to know where Maria went. I suppose I could have searched Bing as well, just in case, but I kind of feel like if you find an IP through Google, it should be connecting back to the other. Either way, so the other possibility is there might be some information that we find from his employer and we use his email to do that. But here's my reasoning here. So let's go. So 19.4 recently identified Maria Sagatsume as Delicate Drive. Ascertain her current status and location. So we want to find current location. Let's just think a little bit about the information that we got earlier. Also, I really want to get that number to go away. What if you increase the limit to 600? It'll do a deeper search, but it doesn't. If there aren't other domain, like, so what I'll do in the background, let's do an OSINT scan on. Oh, actually, I think I see what you're saying here. Let's try it on. I won't do it on 50 actually, because let's try it on 51. Let's do even more. Let's do 2,000. Oh. I can always forget this. So google.com. And while we're doing that, I'm going to go for the thing that I think is the solution. So
Network intrusion module.
CID backdoor. I'm just going to grab the information from the PDF again. So basically, it does. I increased the depth. So I multiplied the depth by 4, basically, and it didn't show any domains. So that usually indicates to me that I'm going down the wrong path. But let's take a look at the message to mom again. So how is she? Any news? I'm en route now. Should be about an hour to Aloy. I hope there's no traffic. I don't want to miss visitation period. So she's in prison. And what we are looking to do is to locate her. So I'm going to say Aloy first. Invalid intel. Prison? Huh. I really thought that was the solution. Let's just take a minute here. Eloy is a city in Pinal County, United States. Corrections Corporation of America is definitely the top employer. What do I know? Okay, this might be it. Guero Correctional. Huh. Oh, hang on. So there are actually there are other prisons, and actually it looks like the Eloy Detention Center. You can definitely take a look at the calls that they've made. But they're encrypted, so there's not a whole lot that you get out of that. But yeah, so Wikipedia tells me there are actually others, and I think the Red Rock Correctional. Okay, so let's just take a quick minute here. Let's see if there's any more details in terms of where. Hmm. What does the command center do? Okay. So, the only thing I can think of is if I don't think there's a set attack inside of this. So if we build the database, if we say manual entry, I can add his email. Where is the... Yeah, so it says target domain not found. So I'm going to guess that if I try any of this... Yeah, so set is not the way to go based on it. So, yeah, it says intrusion via an email. I'll admit I'm a little baffled as to how I'm supposed to make email work here. There may be something about trying to get into the intranet, maybe. But in the meantime, I'm going to read out about these. So, So there is the Red Rock Correctional Center. The Red Rock Correctional Facility is a medium security, privately owned and operated state prison for men located in Eloy, Pinal County, Arizona, owned and operated by Corrections Corporation of America under contract with the Arizona Department of Corrections. So it's for men, so we know it's not Red Rock. The Eloy Detention Center is a private prison located in Eloy, Pinal County, Arizona, owned and operated by CoreCivic, formerly Corrections Corporation of America, under contract with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So that's kind of unlikely. So facility opened in 1994, and approximately 1,500 male and female individuals are being held for immigration violations. So that one doesn't seem right. La Plama Correctional Facility. The La Plama Correctional Facility is a privately owned and managed medium security prison for men located. Okay, so that one's probably not right. So I guess it would be the Sanguro Correctional Center. Although wait, we already picked that one, and I think it said no. Private prison for male inmate. Okay, so actually I guess it would be the Eloy Detention Center then, would be the most likely prison that they would be held at. So let's try it. Yep. Okay. Turned out. So yeah, it turns out reading the details matters. All right. It appears that ICE apprehended Maria Sagatsume on a routine immigrant sweep of the Phoenix area. They are likely unaware of her criminal activity. However, that's a neat touch. Because there's absolutely nothing. They are from Guatemala originally. There's absolutely no reason for me to have thought that it wasn't related to the ICE violation. Also, obviously, a very relevant bit of information. So we are missing out on a cool hacker because of current domestic policy. Well done. It appears that ICE apprehended Maria Sagatsume on a routine immigrant sweep of the Phoenix area. They are likely unaware of her criminal activity. However, it is only a matter of time until U.S. intelligence community learns of Sagatsume's incarceration and realize they have the notorious delicate drive in custody. So, let's go back to the documents. North American Operations, Iloilo, Arizona. It appears that ICE apprehended Maria Sagatsume on a routine immigrant sweep of the Phoenix area. They are likely unaware of her criminal activity. However, it is only a matter of time until the U.S. intelligence community learns of Sagatsume's incarceration and realize that they have the notorious delicate drive in custody. We must act quickly to move Sagatsume out of detention before her true nature is uncovered. Work with Division 90 to falsify Sagatsume's file and have her deported to Guatemala immediately. Once Sagatsume lands, bribed local officials can deliver her directly to the NT4 ground team. Eloy Detention Center is a private prison in Eloy, Arizona, contracted to hold detainees of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. Capacity 1596, owner core civic, security level minimum to medium. Phase 1, Alien Number. ICE assigns each detainee a unique alien registration number, ARN, used to track their progress in the system. Monitor the communications between Mr. Sagatsume and his attorney Kumi Matsuno to find Maria Sagatsume's ARN. All intrusion operations must be conducted exclusively under the Stinger OS penetration and cyber attack platform. Phase 2, Current Status. You've been authorized to infiltrate ICE's prisoner transport contractor, Echelon Security Transport, echelonsec.com, and find Maria Sagatsume within their registry using her ARN. Gather all data in her file, which Division 90 will use to forge an expedited removal order. Echelon Sec is currently hiring, so they are likely vulnerable to intrusion using the social engineering toolkit. It's nice that they're kind of giving me a little bit of a trail of breadcrumbs. Phase 3, Expedited Removal. Access Echelon Sec's Active Directory and plant the forged Expedited Removal Order. Research ICE's detainee classification system protocols to ensure Sagatsume's order is put in the correct folder. Her transport status will update once the file has been correctly planted. Hey, Don DW, good to see you. Let me just take a minute here. Okay. And then the support tool, start open world mission. Downloading support tools will activate this campaign as your active objective and bring you to the Stinger OS interface. Absolutely fine.
X key score for
Aha. Okay.
initiated.
So congratulations, Agent. You have unlocked a new set of X-Keyscore entities. You will now have access to new data that will help you with your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. This is actually the open world done. So let's try traveling chatter first. Actually, I guess I can afford IDs and records as well. Forensic analysis detected a partial relation between the entities. You should try and run the analysis in combination with another entity. All right, well. Financial might be useful to include as well. Does that bring us over the limit? Yeah, it does. Okay. Matsuno and Costa LLP, 1830 W Buckeye Road, Phoenix, Arizona, 85009. October 5th, 2018. Anthony Sagatsume, 2310 North 16th Street, Phoenix, Arizona, 85006. No worries, Sin. It wasn't major. I was just trying to figure. I was trying to tout your Octavian emotes. I hope I got the right ones. But are there any others that I should be? Oh, actually, now I feel bad. If you were off doing something important, now I kind of feel bad about something so trivial. It was a little bit more about the. It was a little more in the moment. Sorry, I'm not gonna bug you during the stream. Please enjoy whatever you're up to. Okay, dear Sagatsume, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) officials have contacted us in regards to your wife Maria Sagatsume. She was arrested by a Phoenix PD officer deputized under Under Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 287G, in a sweep to detain suspected aliens in the city of Phoenix on October 3rd, 2018. She's being held at the Eloy Detention Center in Eloy, Arizona. Apologies, by the way, for those of you who know how to pronounce this stuff. I like them a lot. I mean, I like my emotes more, but I also know that there were some people who are looking to get emotes every time I sing your praises, and I can mention, guys, that the Eyes of Sin is available for hire. So I think there's still slots open for commissions. I'm not sure, but anyways, that was what I was trying to do. I've already contacted officials at ICE to verify your wife's U.S. citizenship and made formal civil rights complaint with the DHS Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties regarding Mrs. Sagatsume's wrongful arrest. I am confident the matter will be resolved favorably and your wife will be freed from custody. However, these proceedings will take time, and unfortunately ICE will continue to detain your wife until my requests are processed. You can schedule a visit with your wife at the Eloy Detention Center. You are permitted an hour of time with her in person. Make a formal request by calling the center. Your wife's alien registration number is 098108097, and you will be assigned a time. The visitation hours of the facility are 7:30 to 6 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I will continue to update you with details of her case as they arise. Best regards, Kumi Matsuno. So I always have a little trouble with this tool. Where is it? There's a notepad in this game somewhere. There we go. My data forensics tool. It's like ARN, right? Thank you, Don DW. I feel good when other people use that emote. Okay, I think we can close that down for now. I'm just going to take a... Oh yeah, it's changed the transport status, so we don't need any of that. I am, however, going to bring up the briefing document again, so... Alright, so now we're going to go to Echelon Sec.
Information gathering module initiated.
I think I spelled it wrong, and I think I... Oh no, it is a .com. Turns out the mistake was doubting myself. So this will take longer, but in this case I'll do I'm going to go back to my old habits of a 1000 depth search and looking for Google and Bing. By the way, I know she doesn't stream very often, but for those of you who are looking to see The Eyes of Sin, this is a while ago, but she's streaming a favorite game of mine called Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery EP. Now, I played it on iPad. She was playing it on desktop. One of the things that was really cool about Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, and I don't know if this is true of the desktop version, but the the PC version, or sorry, the iPad version actually, it affected. There were only certain parts of the game you could access at certain phases of the moon. So the game, like, you had to play at certain times. And what's neat about that is I found out about the other game that Alison Smith made, which apparently is not as well known as the Black Watchman at Night Team 4. It's called Eniro the Dream World. And the original design for it was that it was a game that you could only play at night. You can actually enable that in the options again, but apparently people got a little upset by that fact, so I think they disabled it. But it's a really neat idea for a game, and I wish more people would do stuff like that. So, by the way, Eniro is, like, check it out, especially if this kind of game seems interesting to you. I don't believe Eniro requires an internet connection like the others. And if you do play it at night. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here is just seeing if we can find a... It did tell us that we probably would need to... we need to do some kind of like a job application or something like that, but I'm going to take a quick minute here and see if we can find anything the old-fashioned way. By the way, I should actually say too, because we did sort of 2 surprise giveaways, I realized that people watching on YouTube might feel a little hard done by that. I am obviously primarily a live streamer. So, and obviously it's kind of random acts of kindness giveaways, so it's hard to feel like too upset about how those things work. But I will just say I'm not oblivious to the fact that there's a bit of a distance between the YouTube and the Twitch group. So suffice to say that when I have keys, and there is another game that I have a key for, I do have some ideas about how I can do YouTube-oriented things. So I'm not going to say what game, I'm not going to say when or where, but if you watch my stuff, things will happen. Don't hold your breath for it, though, please, because there's... I probably should have said that a little bit closer to the actual time, but... Okay, so we don't have any progress just by kind of brute forcing the front. I suppose the one thing that I could have done here would be the S-fuzzer while we ran that, but I don't think we're going to find anything we wouldn't have found already. So what we are going to do is the set attack. So we'll go back to the social engineering toolkit, build the email database. Obviously, echelon sec will be the first thing we look for. Then, of course, we'll use the dictionary as well. Okay, 930 emails. Looks like it's exactly the same as what we found before. So create a file format. In this case, I think probably a Microsoft Word or a PDF. I would say Word would be more appropriate here, but yeah. Payload is always reverse shell VPN. And finally, craft the email template. So CV application. Oh, that's neat, Don Deep. I'm never sure if this stuff streams well, so I actually really like that you like that. It's one of the things that attracts me so much to this game, because it's obviously in some senses a puzzle game, but it's a very unique kind of one, and it's on a topic I'm fascinated by. It actually wouldn't be a bad time for me to renew the call I do not know a lot about pen testing or or really any of the issues here, other than the stuff that I read in the paper or doing a little bit of reading. It has motivated me to educate myself a little bit more, but I'm assuming if you just Google how do you hack stuff, you probably wind up on a list and you don't necessarily get any information. So if I do know that this game sort of has a fan base which is really into this stuff. And if anybody has learning resources or has stuff to sort of take the next step and start reading a little bit about how these things work, how different organizations in the world operate, or even just the basics of, how do security professionals actually do harden their charges. I would be fascinated in this. I would say there's no book too complicated. I am willing to put the time into reading it if you guys are willing to give me the info. I realize part of the hacking ethic is to go and figure some of this stuff out for yourself. But I would definitely be interested in seeing what people have to say about this, because I remember I read Simon Singh's book, The Code Book. And I had a jolly good time with it. So I really do like reading this sort of stuff. Anyways, we're now inside. We're sort of inside. One thing I'm going to do right away is just do the S-fuzzer and look for any internal stuff. While I'm here, let's just take a quick look and see if I can find anything on the computer that we're on, because of course it is very likely somebody. Oh, yep, there we go. It's a bunch of databases. I want Eloy, so I'm just going to try digging on the. Nope. Okay, so it's up to date, but we can access the Active Directory.
Information gathering module initiated.
So I think it was low medium. And it would be Guatemala if it's... Alright, now that doesn't... Oh, hang on.
Attack failed.
I think I need to read the briefing note again. Okay. You've been authorized to infiltrate ICE's prisoner transport contractor, Echelon Security Transport, and find Maria Sagatsume within their registry using her ARN. Gather all the data in her file, which Division 90 will use to forge an expedited removal order. All right. Now, I thought it was a low to medium prison, but maybe let me just double check that. Min to med, yeah. Thing is, it says it wants me to download all of the... So I'm looking for... I just like looking at the last few numbers, so 097. So my guess would have been Guatemala. But I also think it would be low to medium based on what the history would be. I'm not sure what SMU is supposed to be. Okay, so what I want to do now is I've started to go I've started Oh, but if it's Phoenix is where she's originally from. This is one of the funny things about this game is that it makes me realize how really. Okay. So it seems like this was... There's no way I could have misspelled that because I just copied it directly in. So this is definitely where I'm supposed to be. Okay. The other thing is that her husband was from Guatemala. That doesn't necessarily mean that she was. So let's go back to that Black Watchman doc. I know you guys can't see it for me, but... Anthony is Guatemalan American. So it doesn't actually say... It doesn't really say anything about her. It does say they're married. Doesn't say when they were married. But I'm going to be working... It is Delicate Drive, yes. Connect 313, so... Welcome, by the way. Okay, so I'm going to run on the assumption that they came from the same country until I have evidence to the contrary. So we got the detention center. We know it's minimum to medium security. It says have her deported to Guatemala, which I'm fair enough. I'm like, okay, so do I suppose there's kind of there's a side where you can say, oh, do I need to make it so that she'll be deported to Guatemala, or is she already in the system as that? And obviously we got the ARN from it. So I'm just going to read the file again to make sure that I haven't missed anything important. So ICE assigns each detainee a unique alien registration number, ARN, used to track their progress in the system. Monitor the communications between Mr. Sagasume and his attorney Kumi Matsudo to find Maria Sagasume's ARN. All intrusion operations must be conducted exclusively under the Stinger OS penetration and cyber attack platform. So we got that part done. Phase 2 current status. You have been authorized to infiltrate ICE's prisoner transport contractor Echelon Security Transport, which we've done, and find Maria Sagasume within their registry using her ARN. Gather all the data in her file, which kind of says to me that I should be able to download it, which Division 90 will use to forge an expedited removal order. Echelon Sec is currently hiring, so they are likely vulnerable to intrusion using the social engineering toolkit, which is of course how we got in here. And then Phase 3 expedited removal. Access Echelon Sec's Active Directory and plant the forged expedited removal order. So what might be the case is that I am at Phase 3 when I should be at Phase 2. So maybe I need to access the file system? That seems a little funny. I will just double check that I haven't missed something that's hiding in plain sight. I do kind of like the fact that they gave a bunch of different I like that they gave kind of a bunch of different tiers and essentially a bunch of garbage so that you actually need to think a little bit about how you're navigating this. I'm just trying to think how I would... Okay, so there's no internal... There's no internal websites. I'm pretty sure we already did the fingerprint on all of the, on like mobile locator, whatnot. Pretty sure we went all the way to oh, you know what? I don't think we did registry. So it's not like I think this will change much, but we'll eliminate it as a possibility just in case. Sorry, what do you mean you cannot manipulate active directories from the Stinger? I'm not quite sure what you're saying. For lack of a better option, I'm just going to quickly scan the other folders. I could see a low, I could see a medium. It'd be really hard for me to justify a high. It's like my normal approach would have been just to hit
Attack failed.
that, but you're back after playing a few certifications. Oh, the in the tutorial, how are you finding it, Dexter? Yep. Okay. So it could be, I've always run into this problem where I'm never clear when so basically whenever I do the net scan, there are a few different possibilities that I can work with. So what I will try here, because trying to access the IP directly doesn't do anything, here I'll try the file browser. Okay, yeah, so not surprised. I might have even tried that earlier. I think the big dilemma that I have is it's not at all clear to me how, you know, Man in the Middle or Hydra or anything like that winds up helping in this case. Okay, so let's do NetScan. I'm just going to try a dig on each of these to see if there's anything fancy I missed out on. Metagaming, how are you doing? What game is this? You're not sure what you're seeing. This is a very cool game. It's been a while, by the way. Thanks for stopping by. I'm sure you guys do not need a... I'm sure you guys probably don't need to be told, but that purple check mark means that they are... they're a partnered streamer. I don't actually get as... now, Metagaming, I seem to recall... because of the difference, you are a team of streamers that that stream on the channel, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, I believe we met through the joy of Age of Wonders Planetfall. And I think the last thing that I saw was Age of Wonders Planetfall, but that might be because it's been a couple of days since I've seen you stream anything. But anyways, you asked me a question, so let me just take a minute. Sorry, that was such a crappy shout out. I'm sorry. This is a game called NITE Team 4. It's by a company called Allison Smith. So Allison Smith's kind of the deeper origins of this game come from an ARG which was run for the Secret World called The Black Watchman. And the Black Watchman was spun out into its own sort of standalone game, again, with these ARG elements. So you do this real world sort of investigation and whatnot. And apparently there have been like real life events that you can like get a ticket to enjoy if you're a super fan of it. But Night Team 4 is basically this this sort of military hacking unit of the Black Watchman. I might be a little bit messed up in terms of the lore on that. But essentially this is a game that tries to take something of a serious view on it. So it's not exactly hackers in terms of its treatment. It tries to put you in front of a console and tries to treat the material as seriously as possible while still giving you a few abstractions to make the game fun. But essentially the idea here is that this is a game where you have sort of these puzzles or missions that you need to do to try and find some information that the mission is looking for. So right now we're doing one of the open world missions. So this sometimes involves a little bit of real world investigation. So for instance, it started by saying that there is a hacker called Delicate Drive that we want to recruit, but they missed the recruitment meeting and we need to find out where they are. And so there was some information that we had gotten off of a phone from the target's husband, which indicated that they were in prison. And it turns out that all of the detention facilities in the area that the husband was talking about all catered to men, except for an ICE detention facility. And so as it turns out, this woman was picked up in a sweep and by ICE, despite her U.S. citizenship. And what we're trying to do now is to make sure that the authorities do not realize that this hacker is actually in custody. What we're trying to do is to expedite their deportation to Guatemala so that one of our agents can sort of pick them up and bring them in. So so this is one of the more advanced missions inside of the game. The basic mission doesn't require an online component, but obviously because it's a little bit puzzle and it's a little bit, you're going to try and like dig and try and crack the code. Once you get past the basic missions, and I'm sorry, Dexter Yap, I did see your message, so I will be following up on that in just a little bit. But basically, sort of the tutorial missions will tell you the basics about how the Stinger OS, the sort of it's a fictionalized OS, but they do give a reference to Kali Linux as sort of an inspiration. But the tutorial kind of is like, here's how you use all of these tools. The story is sort of like, here are the kinds of puzzles that you'll need to go up against. And then the open world is where it gets really exciting because they kind of take this ripped from the headlines approach. And to solve some of the things that you run, some of the puzzles that you run into, it does involve going to Wikipedia. So for instance, I tried the first correctional facility that I found, not bothering to read that it was men's only, and so could not possibly have been the thing that was holding my target. And then the most recent one was sort of based off of the G7 meetings where there was sort of a simulated cyber attack. And there's also shorter missions called bounties, which don't maybe involve as much of an elaborate run. But yeah, there's a little something for everyone on it. And Alice and Smith have definitely developed a bit of a reputation for doing these very cool, maybe a little mind-bending puzzle stuff, but stuff that ultimately seems kind of fair by the end of it. Anyways, I've been babbling on. So you're 3 total, but 1.5 streaming mostly. We had a team meeting that we're going through some changes and have lots of projects being worked on. Would tell you more, but it isn't an open chat. Yeah, completely understand. Do I have you on Discord, by the way? I feel like we were due for a chat, and then I kind of got really busy with work, and so I never actually sent you a message. Anyways, feel free to DM me or something like that if you don't have any other means of communication. So those are open. I always read them, and we can find a better format if it comes down to it. It is something, yeah, it really is something different. And if this sort of stuff appeals to you, the Black Watchman and Aniro are a couple of other games that they do. If this is something you think you might want to cover on your own channel, I should mention that there is a pretty good community behind this, and I know they are actively trying to promote streaming for it. So if you'd like, you can reach out to them. If you want to talk, I can probably give you a contact or say that. But So it's a lot about one's ability to imagine what's going on inside. Yeah, so I mean, essentially what it does is that I'll actually, this would not be a bad little review. So Dexter, yeah, the Goliath was actually added in the most recent patch, by the way. I haven't touched my Goliath at all. But you clicked on a few tabs and you got to a tab where you get a pack for the game, a Goliath thing. So was that for watching the stream that you got that, or was that just it gave you like a starter thing for the Goliath? Because it's been a while since I've checked that out. Anyways, to try and you don't know what your swamp is. Okay, that's fair. I just thought I'd let you know, because I'm sure somebody who has a somewhat more substantial audience than mine is more helpful to the game. So here is, again, this is a little bit more of one of the advanced missions. But here's the information that we've been given. It appears that ICE apprehended Maria Sagatsume on a routine immigrant sweep of the Phoenix area. They are likely unaware of her criminal activity. However, it is only a matter of time until the U.S. intelligence community learns of Sagatsume's incarceration and realize that they have the notorious Delicate Drive in custody. We must act quickly to move Sagatsume out of detention before her true nature is uncovered. Work with Division 90 to falsify Sagatsume's file and have her deported to Guatemala immediately. Once Sagatsume lands, bribed local officials can deliver her directly to a Night Team 4 ground team. Stinger OS, so this is just a link that takes you to the Steam page for the game. We already have the Stinger OS installed. Eloy Detention Center is a private prison in Eloy, Arizona, contracted to hold detainees of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. Capacity 1596, owner core civic, security level minimum to medium. Eloy Detention Center, 1705 East Hannah Road, Eloy, Arizona. Apologies again to those who live in Arizona or actually know how to pronounce this. So Phase 1, alien number. ICE assigns each detainee a unique alien registration number, ARN, used to track their progress in the system. Monitor the communications between Mr. Sagatsume and his attorney Kumi Matsuno to find Maria Sagatsume's ARN. All intrusion operations must be conducted exclusively under the Stinger OS penetration and cyber attack platform. So to give you an idea of the first breadcrumb we picked up, we were given some information. So we used X key score forensics. So this is the same X key score as you may have read about in the paper, kind of the tool that's designed to sort of scrape through all of the material that the NSA picks up and basically be able to reduce the dimensions of the problem for the analyst. And we found this letter from the attorney. And in this case, we managed to get the alien registration number, 098108097, which is why I've got this written here. Kumi Matsuno was something that I wrote down before. So that was the first little bit of information that we got to help us with the mission, basically. Moving along, I'll bring up the full screen again. Special Operations 2, current status. You've been authorized to infiltrate ICE's prisoner transport contract, Echelon Security Transport, echelonsec.com, and find Maria Sagatsume within their registry using her ARN. Gather all data in her file, which Division 90 will use to forge an expedited removal order. Echelon Sec is currently hiring, so they are likely vulnerable to intrusion using a social engineering toolkit. So we actually succeeded in that part already, so I can't show you the details. We might actually still have the thing. Yeah, so basically we made sort of it's a spear phishing attack. We kind of made a sufficiently attractive CV that somebody picked up, and we're currently in that computer right now that we successfully phished. And then we had a payload that basically allowed us to kind of get into it. So I'm on this last little part of the mission here. Well, I could actually say I'm sort of in the halfway mark between the two. So access Echelon Sec's active directory and plant the forged expedited removal order. Research ICE's detainee classification system protocols to ensure Sagatsume's order is put in the correct folder. Her transport status will update once the file has been correctly planted. So I suspect probably what is happening here. I suspect I probably am not in the right spot with the active directory. I might be, I may not be, but basically I need to gather all the data in her file, at which point I then make the expedited removal order. And this is the part that I'm a little stuck on, but that's the fun of the game. So, and essentially what we did was basically we took this computer that we had accessed. I think it'll say... Yeah, so I'm currently on James' work PC. This is the person who opened our phishing email, and so we're able to we're able to sort of go around and see what's going on. So there are some other attacks that you can do, like man in the middle. I have a feeling that this may not give me a lot of information. I have no idea which one is the... Oh, this is interesting.
Network intrusion module.
I don't know if there's anything I can get out of the URL snapper, but let's just see if anything comes up.
Network intrusion module initiated.
So, I mean, this is kind of interesting, right? Registry echelonsec.com session 1947138105. I'm just not 100% sure what I do about that. Really active. All right, I'm just gonna copy that. Thing is, I'm actually not that clear on how the
Network intrusion module
how the man in the middle stuff
initiated.
works. Like, I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to use at which part, which time. I will try the ARP poisoning just for... Oh, I mean, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense because there's just so many for me to try. If I try every combination here, we'll be here forever. But... Got 192.168.12.45. I thought that might have had something interesting for us, but I was wrong.
Network intrusion module initiated. Information gathering module.
I don't think this will be
initiated.
enough on its own. I'm almost certain I can't just, yeah.
Information gathering module initiated.
So fingerprint, regis. I think we might have actually already fingerprinted it though, so. Yeah, so there isn't a direct way. There is a thing ice.gov. Oh, hang on.
Information gathering module initiated.
Just going to go back to take a look at that file. So, now see, it's the problem with that is that it's still, I still need to, it says that I need to do this in the security contractor. So, we should be able to get the information from something in echelonsec. So registry.echelonsec. For lack of a better... I'm just going to try this on its own. Okay, no file system found. So I'm just going to keep pulling things back until... Okay, so no luck there. So I can read all their stuff, I just can't do anything useful with it. Do I still have the... Okay, let's close some of this down for clarity. Now, I think I was trying to dig every single one of these things. I'm not entirely sure this is the best use of my time, but... I just can't remember all of them at once, so... Oh, hang on.
Information gathering module initiated.
I'm not sure, because it's an HTTP, I'm not entirely convinced that this is the right tool, but on the odd chance that the registry is something that's not a... Huh, alright, fair enough. So, 0981080997. Search the AN number. There is Maria. Alright, name Miri Seksume, date of birth 1987, Guatemala, female, Aloy Detention Center, Arizona 302, detained, awaiting review, custody classification 4, total, transportation status pending. Now, a more important question, how do I download all of this? I feel like this is progress, but I'm not entirely sure that we really learned a whole lot that we didn't already know here. So on the odd chance that I've maybe been misinterpreting how these things are supposed to be used, let's go to the WMI scanner. Try Hydra.
Information gathering module initiated.
Yeah. I will, however, try this. I mean, I don't think that the rest of this information is relevant, but yeah, okay. Let's see if we can find anything else in the Active Directory that might be relevant to this.
Information gathering module initiated.
Oops. So again, I would have said low to medium because that's what it says inside of the file. And the problem is there's nothing about the fact that we got this through... Oh, wait a minute. There is a custody classification, though. Just don't think that's relevant to what we have right now. So yeah, it's the download the information part that's
X key score forensics initiated.
that's messing with me.
X key score forensics initiated.
If I get rid of traveling chatter and we try shipping sounds a little callous. Okay, so we know it was an ID and record. I'm almost certain that wasn't a financial transaction. I don't really know what I thought I was going to accomplish with that. Is mostly curious. Okay, so we have an active directory in the Alien Registry database. We have a connection to the registry. What we don't have is an ability to download this info.
Attack failed.
This is the part that weirds me out a little bit. And surely the air crack is absolutely not relevant at all on this, but I'm going to take a quick look. Yeah. Okay, so let's just think a little bit about our steps. And again, I'm going to go back to the... I'm just going to go back to the file. So we're infiltrating echelonsec.com. Doesn't specify which subdomain, so really it can be anywhere, although we know that we'll use the social engineering toolkit. So we've successfully done that. We need to gather all of...
For lack of a better word, is good.
Cool, Colt. Thank you very much for the unexpected $4. I don't know what I did to deserve it. I'm doing a rotten job of showing off this game, but I really appreciate that. 4. 1 for every custody classification. Or 4 for the number of night team games. No, there is only one night team game. Also, I should probably be showing you the folder that I'm looking at here, but I like my loot. Oh, thank you very much, Cool Colt. I'm trying to do a little bit of a better job of coming up with YouTube-only content, but it turns out it's really hard to do that on a regular basis. So I really appreciate the people who come by from the streams, or sorry, from the YouTube videos to the streams, because YouTube, it kind of feels like I'm just pushing that out, and I don't always get the same interactivity. So it's really been a delight to have people like you stop by, and obviously the donation is extremely welcome. So thank you for that. Okay, so yeah, I think the thing that's kind of funny about this, there is technically information that we didn't have before in the sense of her transportation status, her custody classification. We didn't have the facility ID. A lot of people do one or the other because of the time consumption. I mean, the original purpose for YouTube, the reason why I started uploading to I had it for other purposes, but the reason I started using YouTube more regularly was because a few years ago, Twitch changed its policy on VODs. So basically, it was no longer sort of like a permanent home for VODs or anything like that. It was you get your VOD up for a week, and then it's done, unless you turn it into a highlight or something like that. So I decided that I would use YouTube as the archive. Now the problem is that for my style, obviously it's already not everyone's thing, and the fact that like this would not make a lot of sense on YouTube because there isn't the chat, and I really like keeping the monitor pretty clean so that people can see the game. So obviously the conversations that I have tend not to translate very well on a VOD-only style video, but essentially so that there was sort of a record and a memory of what was going on, I started doing that. And then obviously Cultist Simulator was such a popular game, and because I got into that so early, all the people who wanted to check out that game, it just so happened that I had this archive that people were noticing, and so as a result I got a little boost. I mean, I'm certainly not a big YouTuber, but I appreciate it when people sort of stop by for it. So with that in mind, what I've tried to do is Twitch has vodcast, so if I record stuff, I try at least once a week to have something that's pre-recorded that goes onto Twitch. but is sort of intended to be, I'm not interacting with an audience. It is, directly the gameplay and me responding to the game. Right now it's the Elder Scrolls stuff, which I use a silly voice for, so it's still not everyone's cup of tea, but I've been experimenting with a few different things. So one thing that I think would be kind of cool for this game is, because obviously I can get stuck on things, I think this game would suit YouTube rather well, because I can just snip out the parts where I get distracted or where I'm not able to figure out what's going on. But I don't know, I think it's kind of nice if you just don't pretend that you had all of the answers in your head right away. Like sometimes you just need to admit that the game is confounding. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be a way to download this unless there's something fancy that I'm missing with like localhost. Yeah, so that doesn't work. I know I already tried this, but let's eliminate some possibilities. So we'll do, I'm actually going to try the file browser on this computer, 199, 66, 168, 211. Okay, that's fair. Target address not found, so we can't access that Active Directory through the file browser. Again, not exactly a shocker. Let's try the full link that we are getting through the man-in-the-middle attack. So no file system found. No file system found. No file system found. And presumably this will produce nothing. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. Oh, hang on. Source destination. Well, let's maybe take a quick look at what's going on with that IP. I don't think that's where we need to go, but let's do an sfuzzer on that. Time 60. Invalid target. Okay. I will try the source just out of curiosity. I'll wait till the next one comes by. I don't think this should tell me any that changes each time. I don't think this will tell me anything, but I'm sort of, yeah, okay. Okay. Unless I'm really missing something about the... Like, the only other thing I can think about is the fact that she is originally in Phoenix. Again, I'll just try the same story here, where we've got the file browser. Yeah. I believe if I try the Active Directory, it just says that there isn't one here. So... this is the parent directory. And in the absence of any other information, I would have been looking here. Wait, I was sitting on this the whole time? Yeah, so she is in here. I just wasn't paying attention. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so this actually just rolls down to the fact that apparently I scrolled by this multiple times, and I scrolled by this multiple times and I did not see her file. That is embarrassing. So yeah, for any of you people who are still hanging around watching this, there was no mystery. It was just me not reading the numbers right. Okay, so moving right along. access their Active Directory, put in the forged expedited removal order, research ICE's detainee classification system protocols to ensure that it's put in the correct order. Her transportation status will update once the file has been correctly planted. And then I think we need to deliver... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 030480. Okay, again, a little embarrassing that it took me so long to do what ultimately came down to a very straightforward thing, but we're making progress. Okay, on to part 3. I'm obviously streaming quite a bit later than I normally do, but this is a super cool game, and I like it, and somebody from YouTube is hanging out, so I'm going to push ahead. I'm going to do my absolute best to deliver on part 3. I will take a victory lap, and otherwise feel very pleased with myself. Night Team 4 Off-Net Intrusion Group, Oniguru 15, was set to receive Maria Sagatsume on October the 18th at La Aurora International Airport, Guatemala in Guatemala City. But what happened? Okay, briefing document. October 7th, 2018, Central American Operations, Guatemala City, Guatemala. Major B. Molko, Humant, Agent S. Oldsdahl, GeoInt, Specialist S. Hewitt, SIGINT, Night Team 4 Assignment, Cybint. Night Team 4's Off-Net Intrusion Group, Oniguru 15, was set to receive Maria Sagasumi on the 18th of October at La Aurora International Airport in Guatemala City. However, it appears that a third party contacted Guatemalan authorities and outbid us. Sagatsume is now being held by the Guatemalan Armed Forces, who will transfer her to the other party at any moment. Work with Oniguru 15 to determine the commanding officer in charge of Sagatsume's imprisonment and convince them to turn her over to us immediately. La Aurora International Airport is located 4 miles south of Guatemala City and acts as the main international air hub for the nation. Passengers 2,759,347 a year. Type military civilian, IATA code GUA. Mission briefing. Phase 1 arrival. Oniguru 15 was stationed around Guatemala on October 18th and recorded all vehicle traffic leaving the airport. Cross-reference with their surveillance logs. Archive ID G728W2 with Sagatsume's deportation documentation from the Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, IWA, to determine the license plate of the vehicle used to transport Sagatsume from GUA. So, let's get that file right now. Again, this is using the tool from the game The Black Watchman, but the tool is available for free, so it's just a website. Okay, top secrets, SI Rel to Division 66, case reference 10-1801, GUA vehicle traffic, October 18th. Survey team Oniguru 15, overview list of all vehicles leaving the GUA military facilities on October 18th. Data range 0600 to 2200 CST on October 18th, 2018. No vehicle seen leaving the area before or after this period on the date in question. Notes P prefix for civilian vehicles, GUA for military police. I am intrigued by this idea of the deportation documentation from the airport. Let's close that down. I'll read the rest of the briefing just to see where this is all going, but I have a feeling I'm staying up way later than usual. All right, so we're both gonna be staying up late. This looks like. Phase 2, Commanding Officer, use the satellite feed GPS 14579 -9537 to track the transport vehicle through Guatemala City and isolate the cell phone signature of the driver. Infiltrate the driver's personal network to ascertain the name of their CO. You have been authorized to access any and all local telecommunication networks to complete your mission. And Phase 3, Coercive Intel. You should be mowing the lawn. Oh, you don't need to mow the lawn. We need to see how this thing ends. Phase 3 coercive intel. The UN is in the process of a massive corruption investigation in Guatemala known as CICIG. Research the CEO's network for a possible connection between them and a current or past CICIG case. Provide Onagru 15 with the name of a key individual of interest to CICIG, and they will use it to negotiate with the CEO for Sagatsume's release. UNCICIG Investigations International Commission Against Impunity in Guatemala, established December 12, 2006, headquarters 10 Avenida 675, Zone 14, Guatemala City. Leadership, Commissioner Ilvan Velasquez Gomez. Mandate, eradicate corruption, confront organized crime, illegal security forces, and strengthen national institutions. Support United Nations Procedura General de la Nación, Policía Nacional Civil. And a link. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. This is a totally different page. We'll move that out of the way. Mercifully, it was not anything. Oh God! I gotta turn this off I gotta turn this off of full screen before I put something really terrible on. Where did my... Did I just lose all of my... Oh no, it's here. Okay. We're all good. Okay, so I need to figure out something about the Phoenix Mesa Airport, but for now, Maltago NITE Team 4 entities. Downloading the support tools will activate this campaign as your active objective and bring you to your Stinger OS interface. Fine with that.
X key score forensics initiated.
Okay, congratulations, Agent. You've unlocked a new set of X keyscore entities. You have access to data that will help you with your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. So now we know how I get that information. Get out of here. Pretty sure we can turn this off now.
X key score forensics initiated.
This may not work, but see if we add ice. Oh, too much. Interesting. Okay, it is shipping. So, ICE deportation notice. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement, notice of removal. In the removal proceedings under Section 240 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, subject ARN 098108097, facility ID AZ302, date of birth 17/02/1987, February 17th. The case of Maria Sagatsume, detainee, is hereby resolved by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the service, by the removal of the detainee effective immediately. The service reviewed the case of the detainee and confirmed: 1. Detainee is not a citizen or national of the United States. 2. Detainee is a native of Guatemala and a citizen of Guatemala. 3. Detainee arrived in the United States at or near Lukeville, Arizona on or about July 15th, 2016. 4. Detainee was not then admitted or paroled after inspection by an immigration officer. On the basis of the foregoing, it is ordered that the detainee is subject to immediate removal from the United States pursuant to the following provisions of law. 212A6AI of the Immigration and Nationality Act as amended, in that the detainee is an alien present in the United States without being admitted or paroled, or who arrives in the United States at any time or place other than is designated by the Attorney General. The detainee is set to be deported by ICE Air by the service immediately. ICE Air Flight 2812, departure airport Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, AZA. Departure date October 18th, 2018. Departure time 16:14 MST. Destination La Aurora International Airport. So, and issuing officer Mike Darkant, ICE ERO. So first thing I want to do is find out how long does it take to go from IWA to GUA. I bet you could get a good estimate of player numbers by seeing the number of times people searched for these specific questions. Flights.com, come on, man. How long does it take? Howlongflight.com. I like you. How long is the flight from Phoenix to Guatemala City? Flight time from AZA to GUA. Wait. I don't want AZA. It doesn't say. Okay. Well, let's work with what we've got here. This page answers questions. How long is the flight from Phoenix to Guatemala City? Time in the air. Flight time is on average 3 hours 42 minutes when flying nonstop or direct without any connections or stopovers between Phoenix and Guatemala City. Flight duration may vary depending on factors such as flight paths, etc., etc. Shorter than 3 hours 27 minutes or as long as 3 hours 51. So let's say 3.5 hours to 4 in a ballpark. So if it's, oh geez, oh no, well that's fine, we can still say MST. Oh, you know what, I bet this thing is gonna make me try and do some kind of time zone conversion because they hate me. That's fine, challenge accepted.
X key score forensics.
Wait, we already got
Initiated.
this. So what was, there was the file of departure. Oh, right. Sorry. I don't even know if you guys saw this thing, but here's the other thing that I'm cross-referencing against. Right, so it's CST versus MST. So E2 CST. It is 1 hour difference. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so in that case, we advance that by 1 hour. But that doesn't make sense compared to the times that I have. Oh no, yes it does. Yes it does. There's more than one column. Okay, so if it's 1614 MST, that means that it was 1514 CST. Let me just double check that I have that right. No, it's one hour ahead. So if it was 414 MST, then it was 514 CDT. We add at least 3.5 hours to that. So that would mean that it's about 8:45. So that's kind of good because we don't have any activity. It's basically until 10. So we'll start with 8:45 as our basis. There's 3 possible cars here. And they are all civilian vehicles, which makes me feel... Nope, we got more. Okay. There's actually, but, okay, so we're good. Let me show you here. Sorry. So if it's 8:45 that we're looking for, 9:12 is the first credible time that we have. This also works rather well because if we say it's a straight up 4-hour flight, this still sort of fits. The only military vehicle that passed by at that time was GUA 40237. So this is our most likely candidate, given the fact that it's a military vehicle. So I'll make a note of it. and we can finally move on from something that I'm sure most players only take 30 seconds to figure out. GWA 40237, and we're estimating that she arrived around 2131 CST. Okay. Use the satellite feed to track the transport vehicle. No problemo. So 14,579 latitude and negative 90,537 longitude. All right. License plate. GA 40237. I see you. Okay, scan the wireless signatures. Okay, so we're actually going to have to access all of this stuff. God damn it.
Drone and imagery intelligence.
Okay.
Active.
comtelgt.com. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait for cell towers. We don't have access to any of this other stuff.
Information gathering module.
Okay, OSN scan on cmtelgt.com. If you don't feel like we're doing some hardcore hacker stuff with this music going, I don't know what to say to you. All right, bad luck there. We'll try an OSN scan, gt.com. This time we'll add Bing. We'll do a depth of 1000, and then we'll sfuzz it in the other window.
Information gathering module initiated.
So what we're trying to do here is find the interesting.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
So yeah, I would have expected the cell phone, like the cell tower, to be the approach that we need, but it looks like it actually looks like we're having some trouble
Information gathering module
getting into it.
initiated.
Yeah, so we didn't find any okay, so I have to assume.
Drone and imagery intelligence.
Oh, because I didn't do the comm, we're gonna lose the target.
Turbine C2 registry. Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, sfuzzer, comtel GT. That makes a lot more sense. So we'll take 60 seconds on that while we do our OSN. Hopefully they're lost, cool, cool Colt. It's too late for this level of detail. Yeah, I mean, I'm coming on to an hour and a half after what I normally do, so. Okay, so we got a couple here that we can work with. We'll just fingerprint everything we can. I have a feeling that remote is the most important for me, but let's just see what we've got. Okay. Okay, those are the only ones that we have here. I'm also going to do an OSINT scan on their IPs. Okay, cop SSH is weak, so we'll go search exploit. So now we have a way in. What we just need to do is find a way to exploit it. So CVE 2015-5600, the KBDINT next device function in auth2 child.c in SSHD in cop SSH through 6.9 does not properly restrict the processing of keyboard interactive devices within a single connection, which makes it easier for remote attackers to conduct brute force attacks through TCP via a long and duplicative list in the SSH OKBD interactive devices option, as demonstrated by a spoofed client that provides a different password for each PAM element on the list. Deliberate TCP IP, use content spoofing, and presumably we use after midnight as we always do.
Connection initiated. Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack successful. Connection completed.
Okay, I think connecting to this is sufficient. So.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
Oh, crap. Hopefully they don't. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what we need to do is wait for these guys to run by any cell towers that we have access to. It'd be nice if we had a way of accessing the smart billboards and such, but I don't think there's anything we can rely on there. Okay, bit of luck there. So basically these are all of the devices that are within the range of that cell phone tower. Obviously we don't have any information about who we're looking for, but as we trace this car, we're going to start narrowing it down. Okay, so we've got an Google, HTC, Nokia, and a BlackBerry. My bet's going to be the BlackBerry, but we'll get him by the third, and that'll hopefully reduce it even further. I hate you guys so much. Get back by the cell phone tower. Oh, no! Oh, yes, we got it. Okay, that's the Google phone.
Network intrusion module initiated.
All right. All of you with Pixel 2s, I hope you feel really insecure right now. Turn on the microphone. I want to hear these guys. Okay. Poker. Fantastic.
X-keyscore forensics initiated.
More X-keyscore stuff. I want to take a look at what's going on with this guy's phone first. So, Fantastic Capital Texas Hold'em qualifiers next Friday night. De Leon and Diaz confirmed. Ask Estrada again. Messages. Tenestrada, Fantastic Capital, new Friday. We need you there. Sorry, new orders from higher-ups. Officers can no longer be seen fraternizing after hours with enlisted men. Complete BS. Come on, Jorge. Half the squad will be there. Okay, Tenestrada is the CEO. Well, that's maybe not necessarily. We know that they are high-ranking. We don't necessarily know that they are their commanding officer. Come on, Jorge. Half the squad will be there, and you need to lead us to victory. I can't, at least not this week. Give it a couple of weeks and the brass will forget about it. Then you better believe I'll be there. That's more like it. Okay, we'll win this one for you. Sol in Pena, any news about the riots? The Azteca reported it was over, no? I hope so. I'm about to get briefed by Estrada. I'll ask him about it. We're going to the track tonight. You in? I don't know. I'm supposed to take my son to the movies. Come on, Manny will be there. Guero's coming? Oh man, count me in. He's on a lucky streak. Hopefully it'll rub off on us. Fingers crossed. But if it's you that wins big, just don't forget the rest of the squad, okay? We'll all share it. Everyone will get their cut. Everyone except Garcia, of course. Of course. All right, so 10 Estrada is my kind of my primary target here. All right, let's go back to X key score.
X key score forensics initiated.
Who's this guy that we hacked the phone for again? Oh, I don't think we know. Simone Marokin. Now we know.
X key score forensics.
Is Simone
initiated.
in the file? He is not. Okay, so I mean, the one thing I can always do is just drag as many things as I can onto the board and see what's going on. So infiltrate the driver's personal network to ascertain the name of their CO. You've been authorized to access any and all local telecommunication networks to complete your mission. Coercive intel. The UN is in the process of a massive corruption investigation in Guatemala known as CICIG. Research the CO's network for possible connection between them and current or past CICIG case. Provide Onagru with the name of a key individual. Okay. So what we're going to do here is actually follow that. We're going to follow that link to CICIG, specifically the cases. Maybe I'll start with this. So let's do IDs, records, traveling chatter. Interesting. We've got Emmanuel Guerrero. Resituation. Hey Jorge, that job was super easy. Let me know if the lady has any more errands to run, and if there will ever be a full-time position at the Comando Aero Central. Be sure to let me know. Thanks, Manny. Okay. Officer Fraternization from Ella Ramirez. All right. Colonel Almeida has asked me to personally remind you again that of the Armed Forces policy regarding off-hours fraternization. This policy cannot be more clear, and officers can no longer be seen fraternizing after hours with enlisted men. You have one last chance. If you are caught playing poker with your men one more time, you will face swift consequences. Colonel Almeida will see to that himself. Ella Ramirez, Liaison Officer. Okay. So if I can do something about the poker games, I'll be good. Okay, Strata, the mayor has asked me for an update on the security detail for Mr. Calveri's arrival at GUA. We want to give him the welcome he deserves, but there may be some excited fans with other plans. We need the airport fully secure before he arrives. The mayor has the full trust in Comando Aero Central, and he does not wish to alter your security plans. He simply needs to reassure others at Manugate of Mr. Calveri's safety. I'm wondering if this is the hacker and this is just a code name for them. Okay, so if we get rid of financial transactions. No, don't like that. Let's ditch traveling's chatter as well. Situation part 2. Manny, I just got word from number 2. She needs us to accompany some of the duty-free funds from the customs office in Santo Toma to the Proinver office in Guat. She mentioned that if it goes well, we could get a regular gig guarding the goods, and it seems like these shipments happen regularly. Obviously, this communication should be kept strictly between us. There are enough people involved already, and I don't want to have to split our pay with anyone else. I think we've already dealt with most of these. So none of this stuff seems to connect to this organization. So let's try financial transactions, traveling chatter. Shipping's too much. Oh wow, okay. So I was not right to remove that. Have I just lost my... Oh, looks like it's... Okay, let's just try that again. Manuel, Commando, and Mr. Estrada. Let's do shipping and financial to see if anything comes out. I'm also taking a minute on this website to see if I can find any of these names. I don't think this will show up. Okay, Gustavo Mendes Zaval is sentenced. Oh, hang on. Pretty sure there was a name. Okay. Thing is, there's so many cases on this that I could maybe try a... Oh, great! There's an English version of this page. Okay. So lots of illegal contributions, lots of okay, looks like there's something involving the mayor, so let's keep going down that rabbit hole. There's no date on that, no. Okay. What else could I shake? Let's try Anita Cruz. Okay. I'm sort of fishing here, but okay, so all of these didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know. Let's see what Esteban Forest offers. I think we're going the wrong way. I think we need to follow this Emmanuel Guerrero lead. But I don't want to... yeah, all the same. I am, however, going to try the Maria link just to see if there's any explicit references to Nope. Okay. So we're going to go back to Emmanuel. Let's just see if I can find anything else that's not or I'll take out IDs and records, and I think I'm going to try the other categories just to see if there's anything interesting we can find. So financials sounds like a good way to stir some stuff up. Huh, all right. Weapon transactions, drug transactions. I mean, that wouldn't hurt, but all right. So IDs and records sort of seems to be the best way for us to manage this stuff. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start searching for some of these names. So this is just a Google search for Emmanuel Guerrero right now. I'm probably going to have to be a little bit more precise and specifically look for this organization, CICIG. Yeah, so Night Team 4 help comes up first. I'm not quite ready to get a guide for this, so okay. Before I go too far down the road, it needs to eradicate corruption, confront organized crime, illegal security forces, and strengthen national institutions. And CICIG.org, CASOS, which is the original link to the cases. So research the CO's network for possible connection between them and a current or past CICIG case. Provide ONAGRU with the name of the key individual of interest to CICIG, and they will use it to negotiate with the CO for Sagetsume's release. So, of course, the drawback here is that there are a lot of cases. Let's go back to October. Let's look for stuff that's... Okay, quote the server 404. I think it would be fair to say that stuff that has come up in 2019 would not be relevant to the commission. So the first set of stuff I was looking at doesn't make any sense at all, because that would basically mean that this game predicted the future. So I'll hit the translate option again just so I have the full site. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's 60 pages. Oh, then again, it was started in like 2012. So let's try something a little more contemporary, and we can try and narrow it down as time goes by. But at the very least, let's just get out of 2019, because none of the events would have happened yet. It's not the fastest page to navigate, but this is probably because I'm streaming. Let's go to page 10 to save a little time. I would show you what's going on, but honestly, there is not a whole lot that's exciting on Chrome right now. It's just a lot of loading screens. Okay. So now we're in July of 2018 on page 10. So the thing is that July is in the past there, so what I want to do is I want to pull this up to at least October, and then we'll work backwards from that point. Paso El Tigre. That sounds amazing. Okay, definitely went too far. It looks like it's page 6 when the October stuff starts. So... Alright. Sorry for the yawn. Yeah, none of this stuff has any dates on it, but I seem to remember one of the... It was the Black Watchman site that had... So this would have been on October the 18th. So anything after October the 18th would not really count. Now, against my better judgment, I'm going to try and open the English version of this site again. This is the problem. If you go to the English version of the site, it does not have the same cases. So we are limited to the Spanish site. Okay. So it looks like our closest one would be October the 17th. First thing I'm going to do here is take a quick look for any familiar names. Most of this is still in Spanish. Okay. I'm just going to open up a whole bunch of tabs on my window and then we can look at the details. The thing is, the name that we're looking for may not also be present, but what we'll maybe do October and September, and then we'll if I need to go any further, then I'll reevaluate where we're at. It'd be nice if the Google Translate was a little bit more consistent, because I feel like the... let's just run that again. So I think there's something to be said for the Situation 2 document. So, duty-free funds from the Customs Office at Santo Tomas. I definitely feel like there's something there. Okay, bribes. Oh, it's asking me to translate each individual page. Okay, so this is reparations. Okay, so not all of these are active cases going on. So we've got an ex-president, criminal obstruction whose purpose was to obtain illegally the concession of the project and supposed sanitation of Okay, I think we've got... I think this detail here is sufficient to find the case, and I just need to actually find... Business from the military industry. Bribery, prosecution for the crime of peculation. Yeah, I don't think this is right. Again, we're looking for duty free from Santo Tommaso is the I think the cases I looked for right now have corruption case. Okay. We've got some former mayors and all of that, but no. Apparently it decided to stop translating partway through. This is a tricky one just because there's so many cases on the page that it's a little hard to find where we can go. Maybe what I'll try and do is take the 2018 releases and see if maybe the aggregated information will there's a lot of there's definitely a lot of sort of here's a trial that was done, here's what the ultimate remedy was. So I don't think that stuff is quite as important. This one looks interesting here. So today in joint operations in Guatemala and Santa Rosa departments. The Special Anti-Impunity Prosecutors Bureau of the Attorney General's Office, with the support of the International Commission Against Impunity in Guatemala, executed several search and arrest warrants authorized by the 12th Court of Criminal Instance. Got the lists of arrest warrants and background. The FACI and CICIG unveiled the Transurbano case, which shed light on irregularities in the prepayment system and the public transportation system of Transurbano. The investigation has now been deepened, looking into the management of the subsidy implement of this. Oh no, actually, sorry. I read this wrong. I thought it was transportation of goods. Okay. So yeah, what I think I'm going to try and do here I'm just going to go to the press releases for each year and see if there's anything a little more interesting. There's actually one other thing I'm going to try right now, and that is the CICIG. And let's do Santo Tomas Proenver Office. The La Linea corruption case. The La Linea corruption, this is Wikipedia now. The La Linea corruption case began in Guatemala on April 16th, 2015, when the International Commission Against Impunity in Guatemala And state prosecutors accused a number of politicians in the administration of President Otto Perez Molina of setting up a customs corruption ring with the help of high-ranking officials in the Tax and Customs Administration. Several demonstrations ensued, calling for the resignation of Perez Molina and his vice president, Roxana Baldetti. So number 2 makes sense there. I'm actually willing to guess Roxana is exactly who we're looking for. So let me just take a quick look at the rest of the details here. Yep, so we need to find the key individual, and I think the game actually gives us a little hint. Roxana Baldetti. Yeah, that's absolutely who it is. So here, because this is supposed to be a little education, let's read the rest of what this sordid story is. I have no idea if you guys can read that, but among the accused were the retired Captain Juan Carlos Monzon, at the time Baldetti's private security, and the directors of the Tax Administration Superintendency, an entity analogous to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service. Baldetti resigned in early May to the joy of thousands of demonstrators. On the 20th of May 2015, the CICIG and Guatemalan Chief Prosecutor Thelma Aldana exposed another high-level corruption scandal when they announced the Guatemalan Social Security Institute IGSS investigation, which found that the board of directors plotted to award a rental facility service contract to an external company that did not comply with the minimal requirements and caused the death of numerous patients. Investigations from both entities showed that the contract had been granted by heavy bribes to some of the board members, especially IGSS President Juan de Dios Rodriguez, Perez Molina's former private secretary. The board members were sent to prison. A few weeks later, another corruption scandal broke when another of former Perez Molina's private secretaries went to jail, accused of being involved in a high-stakes case with energy company Jaguar Energy. On the 21st of August 2015, prosecutors and the CICIG asked for the arrest of Baldetti and the impeachment of President Otto Perez Molina for their involvement in La Leña case. In a press conference, CICIG Chief Colombian Prosecutor Ivan Velázquez reported that during the procedures carried out on the 16th of April 2015, they discovered that the president and the vice president were the masterminds of La Leña, not Juan Carlos Monzon. Furthermore, CICIG implied the two may have been involved with the customs ring even before they were inaugurated on the 14th of January 2012. Baldetti was sent to Women's Preventative Detention Center after he had spent a few days in the VIP jail in the Army's Matamoros fort. Events came to a climax during Baldetti's legal hearing. An intercepted phone conversation was played in which one could hear the voice of President Perez Molina asking the SAT director for personnel changes, allegedly to accommodate the smuggling network. A national strike was called after the release of that conversation. In the end, on September 1st, Otto Perez Molina was impeached and stripped of his immunity. He resigned on September 2nd and was in custody on the 3rd. So I'd love to read all of the details here, but this is a little long and we got the basic details. But I'm going to be reading about this on my own because I find this stuff really interesting. But after all of that reading, let us see if Roxana is the connection we need. Got him. Mission completed. Presumably if we hit... Yeah. Alright. I think that's a little bit of a whimper rather than a bang to end on, but I am happy with... Wait, identify the commanding officer in charge of... Yeah, we finished this. I think I'll just go to bounties to see. Alright. I'll do that on my own time. I think, oh, you know what? It's biotechly again. Sure, let's do one last, we'll do one last quick run, just to call it an evening. But what did you guys think of that? Would you guys like to see more Night Team 4? I would like to do more Night Team 4, and I will very likely do more Night Team 4. But seeing as we're wrapping up for the end, does anybody have any questions about the game? I know Dexter Yap had been playing a little bit of it, but I think I may have neglected you. I don't know if you're still around. We still have a few of you kicking around here, but hopefully some of you guys found it. I also see a couple of names, so I know Quebec Chaos has been kicking around. And actually, sorry, I don't like calling out lurkers. Apologies. I've seen you around in a few of the Night Team 4 streams, so thank you very much for coming by. Let's finish up this mission. We'll see if there's anybody I can send you along to. What was the name of the place again? Biotechly, right? Yeah. Definitely going to pick this up. I am happy to hear that, Sleepy Larch. Oh. What was I thinking? Okay, dictionary pattern. Have you ever tried Uplink or Hacknet? I don't know how long you were checking this out, but there's actually there's a special background if you own some of the other hacking games. I think this is really cool. This is the first time I've actually completed one of the open world missions, and I'm really looking forward to doing them. The one thing I didn't get to do was the Hive Mind, and I think I'm going to be jumping into that before too long. But it's very gratifying when people connect with a game that was that I enjoy. And as I was mentioning a little bit earlier in the cast, I did get an opportunity to talk with Anishel a little bit about the game, and I don't. Again, the important thing here is I don't mean to imply that I have any knowledge of what the plans for the game are in the future. But it was very interesting to just hear how somebody involved with the creation of the game thinks about these kinds of games, and it definitely seems like they have got no shortage of really cool ideas about how to make it happen. So Hacknet's on your wish list, but you haven't played that yet either. So if you do wind up buying either one of these games, and again, if people don't buy the game right away, the best thing, and this is just in general to anybody watching this who might be on the fence, if you don't wind up buying this right away, I would definitely, I think we got thunder outside. I would definitely recommend putting it on the wish list, because there's two important things that happen. Number one, you get a notification from Steam. So this takes a lot of effort on the developer of the game. They can focus on making the game and not trying to capture all of those people who are interested. Number two, that also signals to other people who might value your taste in games that, hey, there's a thing I'm interested in. Now, the good news is if somebody gives you a copy of the game, and then you just wind up extra happy. But the other thing is that, it costs you nothing. It lets you know when it goes on sale if that's what you're waiting for. And then most importantly, it also does that nice little bit of good stewardship where other people who might be interested in the game check it out. And these could be complete strangers who just wind up, getting something served up in the algorithm because you have similar tastes to them. So it's one of these things I really try and encourage people to do. If you are interested in this game and you're waiting on it, please do put it on your wish list, because it is one of these things that really helps developers. But yeah, if you do wind up getting Hacknet or Uplink and you wind up getting this game, you'll actually get a special background in the game. I'll show you what that looks like in a little bit. So we only have one payload, which is the reverse shell, and then can't remember what it is. Let's do the consumer inquiry. Oh, that was a bad one. No. Sales report? They didn't like that at all. I think I lost that patent firm that I used last time. Sure. Really, just a 68. Oh, we'll run with it anyway. I think we can go ahead, but. By the way, for those of you who note me boosting the game here, it is because I really do like this, and I think if this game interests you, I would definitely recommend checking out the other Allison Smith games, Aniro, the Dream World, and the Black Watchman. But with that in mind, do keep in mind I was given a press key for the game, so you know, I'd like to suggest that a key for a good game, while valuable, is perhaps not enough to completely own me as an individual. I am recommending the game because I do really enjoy it, but it's up to you to decide how much you want to discount your you know, the recommendation, knowing that. For what it is worth, I did buy the so the Network Administrator DLC costs more than the base game. I did actually buy that, and I did buy Aniro and the Black Watchman. So I have definitely put my money behind the game, but or at least behind the company. But I figured I did mention it at the beginning of the cast, but I probably should, you know, I probably should be a little bit better at disclosing that when I go into my religious fervor for the quality of the game. Cool, bounty done. Higher reputation with Cesis. So, thank you everybody for watching this. Again, I hope you guys liked it. I definitely would like to do more of this game. So maybe the better thing to say is, if you absolutely hate games like this, let me know, because I'm probably going to do more than you want in that case. This is the first open world that I did, which was very enjoyable. And I don't know, overall, it's a really impressive game. I think there's a lot to like. I think there's a little something for everyone in it. I would probably suggest that you're going to have a harder time with it if you don't enjoy the open world parts, because I think that's really where the heart of, like, that's going to be where the continual updates come. But even then, you have like the bounties, which are a little bit simpler. They're a little bit more of a one-off. There are definitely harder bounties. I know that for sure. But even then, like, the tutorial is great, especially because it gives you some real life links. You know, the story campaign was actually quite interesting. I really enjoyed playing that. I thought it had a nice twist. And overall, yeah, it's a wonderful game. So for those of you who haven't checked it out, there is actually one thing I keep forgetting to mention. If you are on the fence about this game, you don't need to wait for it to be on sale. There's a demo of it, so you can actually try it out for free on the Steam page. And then you can decide whether or not you want to pick it up. But I definitely give this a high recommendation. I definitely recommend the other Allison Smith games, because they're in a similar vein in the idea of it gives you something for your brain to chew on without being too in your face about the difficulty. And they're all different. Like, you can absolutely say, I prefer Black Watchman to Aniro, or, you know, Aniro to Night Team 4 or something like that. I started with Night Team 4. It's the one I've spent the most with, but it's definitely worth checking out. And no problem, Nox. It was a pleasure having you around here. I don't know if the DLC got you. I don't know if if I got you here a little bit longer for the DLC, but I appreciate you hanging out for sure. Just give me a second here to see if I can find... Nobody else is streaming Night Team 4. That's very sad. Okay, then let's send you over to Octavian Zero, who I know I hosted recently. But Octavian Zero... Oh, Riyadh. No. Raid. Oh, you didn't need to say that, Nox. I was just being ridiculous, but thank you. Okay, Octavian Zero is streaming. He plays Path of Exile, which is admittedly a little bit of a different pace, but he has been he's definitely been very kind in terms of drawing some attention to my own channel, and he actually makes Path of Exile look fun. I don't really play the game that much. So I'm going to send you off to him. Feel free to use the raid message. We're tired of System Talk. Heard this place was better. You can tell him how cool Night Team 4 is and how he really should be checking it out. As for me, I'm going to try and get another Elder Scrolls episode recorded on the weekend. There will definitely be one next Tuesday because I've already recorded it last week. There will not be Cultist Simulator on next Wednesday because I will be probably at the Dirty Rectangles meetup. If not, it's because I will have an interview for something. But there will be Stellaris on Monday, and Friday I'm not 100% sure yet. I kind of want to do Night Team 4 again, but I also kind of want to do Darkest Dungeon because I know people are used to that. One way or the other, I will announce that sort of stuff on Twitter and whatnot. But I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Treat Octavian well, and for those of you who've either recently got Night Team 4 or for those of you who've got some Night Team 4 stuff to play with, I hope you have a great time with it. And if you're making some hive minds, feel free to let me know about them because I'm looking forward to giving them a shot. Anyways, I'm out. On to Octavian.